be key pieces of commercial property. So just wanted to get that out there, and we can have that conversation later.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Okay,
For
my hand is up too. I want to add one thing too, Michelle. I don't know if you see my hand or not, but I do hope, since you mentioned that King Soopers is possibly wanting to leave, I hope the staff is doing everything possible, you know, to try to reach out to them, because I think it's sad that a lot of stores leave where a lot of minorities are, but yet we keep allowing weed shops. So I hope you guys can do everything possible.
We definitely will keep working on it. Thank you.
Michelle, if I may, I know not all council was able to weigh in on tonight's meeting, but it may be beneficial that if you have any follow-on questions or comments or thoughts around what you heard tonight, by all means, please send an email to us so that we can aggregate that at the next time, be able to bring that back, because that may have some foretelling themes that may be of interest to the subcommittee.
And why don't we, during the next subcommittee, maybe just do a quick tour, a visual tour of some of the available commercial properties so that you're more aware of what is available. Okay, thank you, everybody.
This is a virtual meeting using the Zoom platform. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8 or the city's website. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *. If you're a council member, please be sure to have your video camera on and be mindful that we are streaming this meeting on Channel 8 and on our city's website. The chat function is disabled to ensure that the public can see all portions of the meeting. The city clerk is the host of the meeting, and I and our IT staff will be the co-host. Council members and panelists will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. Please mute yourself when you have finished speaking, and remember to lower your virtual hand to prevent disruptions. Members of the public who have registered to speak will be recognized at the proper time. As a reminder, we will use roll call votes only when required by law or when requested by a council member or the clerk. Other votes will be voice votes counted by raising hands in the Zoom app or as the chair determines. If a member disagrees with the stated outcome of the vote or feels that their vote was not properly heard or is not recognized, the member should immediately request the mayor's attention. This time I'll call the Urban Renewal Authority meeting to order and ask the secretary to call the roll.
Chair Huseman,
Present.
Vice Chair Frank, Commissioner Madera,
Present.
Commissioner Alan Thomas, Commissioner Noble,
Present.
Commissioner Guardiola,
Present.
Commissioner Hurst,
Present.
Commissioner Grimes,
Present.
Commissioner Smith,
Present.
Commissioner Fairfield, Commissioner Tedesco, Commissioner Lewis,
Present.
Commissioner Boucher.
Present.
Chair Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I'm looking for a motion to excuse those members not present.
Excuse me, Mayor, I'm present. Sorry.
Thank you. Board Member Grimes,
Thank you, Mayor. I'll motion to excuse those members not present.
Board Member Guardiola.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to excuse those members not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. Please use your physical hands in the window. Just give me a thumbs up. And that is going to pass unanimously for excusing those. Tonight we have two presentations on the agenda. The first is Mile High Greyhound Park D1 TIF assignment fee waiver proposal. Would like to invite Jenna Lowry, management analyst, to make the presentation.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, CCURA board. Our first presentation for this evening is regarding a request that staff received from Del West, the master developer of the Mile High Greyhound Park site, to enter into a TIF assignment agreement for parcel D1. Sorry about that, wrong button. The purpose of this presentation is to review the TIF assignment request with the board discuss the benefits of entering into the agreement, and to request the board's feedback on moving forward with negotiating terms of the TIF assignment. Before we dive in, I do want to show you the updated site plan that staff received from Del West earlier today. So this plan is not the same plan that was included in your packet. So what I'll do is send a copy of all of the board members tonight after the presentation's over, so that way you can have an updated version for your records. As you can see, the site plan illustrates the location of the different parcels at the property. As a quick reminder, the TIF assignment agreement we'll discuss tonight relates directly to parcel D1. However, since it has been some time since we last came together to discuss the overall project, I would like to provide the board with a status update for each of the parcels. Site infrastructure work for the redevelopment project is over 90% complete, which certainly is a major milestone for the development. The 223 unit affordable housing project on parcel D2, which is located at 62nd and Glencoe, is currently under construction. The 30 unit single family detached homes on parcel D3, located at 64th and Glencoe, are also under construction. The 40 unit duplex project on parcel C2 has been approved and is currently in the permitting phase. The 68 unit townhome for sale development on parcel C3 is currently in the design phase. Continuing on, 120 of the 240 planned townhomes that will have structured parking on parcel F are under review for entitlement. Parcel A, which is the education parcel, has not had any new activity since our last board meeting. For parcel B, the hotel request for proposals has been posted and is the topic of the presentation following this one. The 50 unit deep affordable project on parcel D1 has received CHAPA approval for tax credit financing. And this project is situated to accommodate a range of people who are transitioning from permanent housing needs, and that demographic does include veterans. However, the particular vouchers that will be leveraged here have not yet been defined, but we will keep the board updated. Also on parcel D1, the 270 unit market rate rental with structured parking called Greyhound Flats is designed. This market rate project will offer a mixture of studio units as well as 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units for rent. And Del West is seeking equity financing to move the project forward. Prior to discussing the specifics of the financing, I do want to talk about the rental rate project by looking specifically at the challenges of pursuing this type of catalytic development. So before we get into the slide, I again want to share some new information that staff received this afternoon. The numbers in this red chart were received today, but we did feel it was prudent to present them to you. So again, I will be sure that the entire updated presentation is in your emails after we are done discussing tonight. To ensure low vacancy rates and deliver a successful project, the rental rates for the D1 project will fall outside of competitive market rates for the surrounding area. So this chart shows the average rates for the Greyhound Flats project in comparison to the average monthly rate of comparable products. As you see, there is not a large deviation from the average rates. And to provide the board with some additional rental context, the product up north in Bell Creek range in monthly rent from $1,300 for a 1-bedroom unit to $2,800 for a 3-bedroom. So both of those numbers do also fall outside of the comparable averages, just on opposite ends of the spectrum. In addition, throughout the core city, currently available units range in monthly price from below $1,000 for a 1-bedroom to $1,850 per month for a 2-bedroom. So again, some rental amounts that we see are lower and some are higher than the comparable averages. But because our city only has a 3.7% rental vacancy rate, offering lower rates at D1 will still attract high quality renters and will likely benefit young working professionals. Further, the D1 project is in alignment with the effort to ensure affordable housing exists within city limits. Since the MHGP will be a new type of product for this part of the city, equity providers for the area do feel the project as untested, and underwriting of lower rents does not provide sufficient equity return. What all this really means is that the market has assigned a premium risk for the program. So Del West will need to establish a successful delivery with sustained rental rates and low vacancy rates. Moreover, the project requires reduced expenses in its early years in order to meet the needs of project investors. So we must continue to provide the project with some level of assistance until it is able to demonstrate those sustained rates and low vacancy percentage. The assistance that Del West is requesting will be discussed further on our upcoming slides. In order to fund the market rate projects on parcel D1, Del West has already spent $1.7 million on architecture, design, and permitting. They also expect to receive approval of a $65 million HUD construction loan this July. And by then they will have invested $3 million as project equity. But Del West is actively pursuing the remaining equity investment of $14 million. And if the TIF assignment we're discussing tonight is not executed, Del West reports the project will be delayed by several years. And again, that is to give the project time to prove up higher market rents that equity providers need. Looking now at the specifics of the proposal, Del West is in the process of securing a construction loan for that 270 unit market rate rental project on D1. They are also committing their own funds and are in the process of engaging additional private equity to assist in bridging financing gaps. Just to secure that additional private equity, Del West has requested assistance from the CCURA in the form of the TIF reimbursement agreement for a period of 10 years, as well as a partial fee waiver. As currently proposed, the value of the TIF assignment over 10 years is estimated to be approximately $4.1 million. Del West has communicated that without this assistance, it is unlikely it will be able to attract the capital needed to sufficiently underwrite the project with a return on investment to an equity partner and deliver the major component of the development. Since the CCURA exists to bridge these types of financial gaps and allow catalytic development to continue, staff is supportive of Del West TIF assignment and the fee waiver requests. Regarding that fee waiver, the city would waive up to $180,000 of fees for the Greyhound Flats project. The fee waiver would then become an eligible cost that the CCRA could actually recover from the TIF and then remit to the city by increasing the existing loan amount from the city to the CCRA by the above waived fee amount. Essentially, allowing this waiver would reduce the early project costs and help meet the needs of the project investors. Now, regarding the TIF assignment, from 2022 through 2031, Del West would receive 100% of the amount of TIF collected from the Greyhound Flats project, but only if the TIF collected on the other Del West owned tracts exceeds the target property TIF. So what that means is the TIF from the parcels A and B, which are the commercial and educational parcels, would be excluded from this assignment. The chart on the slide shows the year and targeted tax increment for Del West parcels. So while this TIF assignment has many complex parts, the master developer agreement for the project did actually anticipate these types of agreements. So an amendment to the executed document may not be necessary. Under the terms of the TIF assignment, Del West assumes 100% of the risk in upfront construction, and the assignment eliminates all CCURA risk. Further, if Del West does not build the production in a timely manner, then the requested TIF will not be reimbursed. In exchange for making this request, Del West is proposing an accelerated build out of the remaining projects. Something I'd like to note is that Del West is currently on track to meet all of their project deadlines, so delivering at an accelerated rate is absolutely possible. Plus, executing the TIF assignment would create tangible and intangible benefits for the city. Some of the benefits are as follows. The assignment will allow Del West to complete the market rate rental project on D1. The private to public ratio is well below what is acceptable. So for other projects, the generally acceptable ratio is 4:1 on private to public partnerships. And under this deal, the ratio is 12:1. The assignment leverages an $82 million private investment. And the CCURA will receive a 2:1 increase in TIF. Additionally, the assignment will benefit site-wide activities and will be especially valuable for the development of parcels A and B, which again are the educational and commercial parcels. The more tangible benefits of the assignment include that at full build out, the project will provide a complete range of housing, including a full spectrum of mixed income residential products. The development will support the adjacent King Soopers and the surrounding businesses. If the hotel RFP is successful, then that hotel deal would actually track about 6 months behind parcel D1. And that hotel deal will help to generate market interest in the rest of the parcels, especially parcels A and B. And the amenities planned for parcel A and B are necessary to support the market rate project on D1, as well as the rest of the site. So, you know, it's all one big puzzle, but the pieces are essentially interrelated and support one another. And so again, at full build out, the project will definitely continue to enhance the character of the neighborhood and may spur other catalytic development in the core city. After our discussion tonight, if the board is supportive of the TIF assignment request, the next steps would be to have staff negotiate terms of the assignment for parcel D1 and then bring the agreement back before the board. We would then start the TIF clock on parcel D1 under the existing urban renewal plan. And finally, commit the TIF assignment with deal closing and begin construction. So staff is available. We have Mr. Craig Fischette with Del West on the line. We also have the Urban Renewal Authority's owner's representative, Rick Wells, myself, and Deputy City Manager Rogers available to enter into discussion with you this evening. So I do appreciate your time. I know that was a lot of information, and I'm happy to go back to any of the slides you'd like. Thank you.
Does anybody on the URA board have any questions for staff regarding this? Board Member Alan Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation also. I'm just confused on a few things. TIF, does that mean tax increment financing?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay. All right, and then, so is the city going to be responsible for the loans, or is the urban renewal going to be responsible? I'm confused how that works.
Sure. So Rick, do you want to, or Rick or Caitlin, since you're involved in the loan specifics, do you want to give a more in-depth answer than I probably can?
Yeah, I'm happy to. This is Caitlin Quander, Special Counsel to the Urban Renewal Authority. Good evening. So yes, TIF is referring to tax increment financing, which is the property tax increment that comes in over time as those property values go up. That increment can be captured. And right now, under the Master Redevelopment Agreement, it is captured and remains with the Urban Renewal Authority to pay the Urban Renewal Authority back for expenditures it has made and for the loan between the URA and the city. If you were to choose to enter into this reimbursement agreement, what the authority would be doing is pledging any increment, if those milestones that Jenna noted are met, you would be pledging the increment generated by the property on D1 towards that developer. So it's only if it's generated does it get pledged. You don't have to pay anything if it's not generated or if those targets are not met. But if they do meet those targets, you would be pledging those dollars. Is that helpful?
Yes, but what happens if the loans are not paid and we run out of money? Will the city get the money back?
So this would only be a reimbursement agreement from the authority to the developer. There is separately, you are correct, a loan between the city and the Urban Renewal Authority related to dollars that the city has loaned the authority for various expenditures to kind of get this project to fruition. So what the calculations that Jen has shared is that this would actually generate more increment over time so that those loans would be paid back. You know, in a worst case scenario, I suppose the authority and the city could talk about a forgiveness of those loans or what that looks like. But to be clear, the proposal before you states that it will actually generate more increment because the development would happen sooner.
Okay. And if we didn't approve the extra money, then you guys are saying Del West can't proceed, right?
Our understanding from Del West is that they would just proceed kind of on the timeline they previously outlined, or even have this lag by a few years so that the market can be proven up. They're still obligated to complete it and build it. It's just a kind of more of a question of when.
Oh, okay. All right. And then to make sure too, though, they still would include potentially eventually building those $300,000 to $400,000 homes on that other property area. Is that still planned?
Yes. In fact, it's critical because they won't meet the tests that are outlined in the agreement unless they do in fact build the rest of the development. So it really ties them to building the entire development in order for them to get the TIF reassignment. So it really is a package deal that works well for the city and really makes them move forward with all of their plans.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Are there any other questions from the board? Board Member Noble?
Thanks. Jen, I'm not totally clear why Del West needs this infusion now as well. We gave Del West very generous terms, and I don't quite understand why they need this now in order to proceed as they promised at the time we approved this.
Absolutely happy to address that question. However, since we do have Mr. Craig Fischette on the line who represents Del West, perhaps we should let him speak to their rationale rather than me summarizing what he shared with us. Craig, would you mind answering Board Member Noble's question?
Yes, no problem. Appreciate seeing you and having me tonight. Thank you. It's not so much that we're asking to get this TIF assignment to meet our obligations, because we're already exceeding all of our obligations in the MDA. We're ahead of schedule on our single families. We're ahead of schedule on our duplexes. We're ahead of schedule on our townhomes. We also just got a big award to accelerate our 9% PSH in addition to our current LIHTC that's 223 units. So currently we're ahead of schedule. The reason we contemplated this in the first place, it was to give us, you know, a success, not so much a fee, but give us a reward to move faster than the original timeline. So if we move faster and generate more units for sale, units for rent, we think that we can also create more holistic advantage for the entire site so that our retail will also get and accelerate it. So we're not asking help to keep up or to meet any of our obligations. We're asking you to partner with us to enhance the entire site and accelerate the development of the entire site. Currently, we're taking advantage of very, very low interest rates, an aggressive for sale market, and unfortunately, rising building costs. But if we can get more coming out of the ground at once, more critical mass will allow us, I think, to create more value for the entire project, for the city, and also get the retail done in a more expedient fashion. So today, we're asking you to partner with us to keep the train rolling. This isn't so much to help us catch up. We're already ahead of schedule, but we want to take advantage of this market, and I don't know how long it goes. So we think that if we work with you and you work with us, that we'll all benefit. This is only us adding value to the market. You know, we're going to increase the TIF, total TIF reimbursement substantially over the next 3 years, because we decided instead of doing, 77 units on parcel F, we'll do 120 in phase 1 and another 120 in phase 2. So we'll do 240. So overall, if we commit to do that, we'd like to say we'll bring another $9-10 million in TIF revenue to the site that would not have been there if we also get the benefit of working together to do the 270 unit market rate deal. And I have to tell you that when you bring a fully stratified spectrum of housing, so you have, affordable, for sale, attainable, for sale, market, and market rate rentals, you have a more dynamic neighborhood, and we can get better pricing across the board. So we want to raise the rent rates that you see in downtown Commerce City. We want to raise, the housing rates that you can get, and we want to create a new downtown core. This will help us do that.
Thank you for bringing up the rent rates. How do those stay affordable for the area? Because we are an urban renewal authority. So it seems to me that one of our objectives is to make certain that residents here are able to afford to live here and not be priced out of the market. And that includes rents.
I totally agree. So the first project that we broke ground on, and you can see that 4-story project that's going up right now, and it's a massive building, we love it, is a 223 unit LIHTC building, which we've agreed to keep all the rents at 60% of AMI. So right now we are attaining an additional 223 units in the market at a rent rate that's 60% of the average median income. So currently we're adding 223 new affordable units to that market that do not exist. In addition to that, we're adding another 50 PSH units that will be 30% AMI to 0% AMI, transitioning out of homelessness. So I don't know how many more units out of 900 you'd want us to allocate to affordable rentals, but right now I think a third of our units at an affordable rent is pretty significant. It's much bigger percentage-wise than anything Stapleton did. And I don't think, I would actually challenge you to find another multi-tiered as far as housing spectrum and pricing spectrum that would attain 30% of their units at a affordable rent.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the board, for staff from the board? Board member Alan Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just have a question too for Jason. Has the city ever done this for any other URA project, before we make these, before we make this decision, and did they do this in other cities? Has the staff checked?
Thank you, board member Alan Thomas. Great question. I will tell you, a TIF reimbursement agreement is quite frankly a traditional approach with a number of urban renewal authorities throughout the Front Range. It's done on a consistent basis when working through, and I think, you know, just to help kind of set a little bit of a tone, when you're working in what is, I think, how I like to think about it across the different type of districts, you've got what's like a nascent district, an emerging district, and a mature district. And right now, what we have with Mile High Greyhound Park is a blend between a nascent district and an emerging district because of the development activity that is occurring. And being able to do a TIF reimbursement agreement in support of truly early year catalytic development, which is ultimately then going to drive or enhance market conditions and encourage private improvements. These type of agreements are leveraged in place to help accelerate that development for the benefit of the broader community. So back to the point that Craig noted, by having earlier and more consistent development there on Mile High Greyhound Park, it's going to allow us to be able to leverage and to maximize opportunity both across parcel A and parcel B. So this actually really helps to incentivize what we're able to get in return to support the broader community.
So I'm not sure if my question was answered. So yes or no, has that ever been
Yes.
done? It has?
Yes.
Just as a matter of personal experience, Denver Urban Renewal Authority, we did this deal, this exact same sort of a deal to incentivize a market rate rental deal on a project in Denver that we did. And I think as a good example is just the fact that we did anticipate this type of agreement when we put the original development agreement together. And in fact, to the point where we have a form of assignment agreement attached to the development agreement that
Looks like Rick froze. But to your question,
usable
Council,
and well understood structure. Yeah.
And it has in Commerce City, then it's been done before actually in Commerce City.
That I'm not aware of.
we have not done it yet here in Commerce City. We only have 4 urban renewal districts, right? We have the City Market Plaza. We have obviously Mile High Greyhound Park. We have Derby, and we have Victory Crossing. Typically, you're doing a tax reimbursement agreement with active development at hand that's in need of support and or being able to incentivize that gives benefit back to the community. So Mile High Greyhound Park is our initial opportunity here in being able to leverage this traditional format.
Okay, and what's the turnaround time with the TIF recovery money?
So are you saying about how we would assess or when we would look at collections of that assessment?
Yes.
So typically on average, and once again, this is something that we would have to work closely with in the county treasurer's office. But we typically generally see an assessment that is collected or the TIF that is collected within a 2-year period after the construction that's been completed. And they've been able to go through their audit, for the lack of better words, that being the county. Yes, Caitlin.
Yeah, I was just going to add, so often how it works, and you can think of it kind of like your home with a reassessment as well, is that as a property gets developed, it's raw land, then it has infrastructure, and then it gets built. The county assessor will come in at those biennial reassessments and often at 6-month levels when there's active construction, and will continue to reassess that property and increase that property value as that development happens. And then, as you all likely know, we do pay property taxes in arrears in Colorado. So there is, as Deputy Rogers has described, kind of that lag of time between when the property tax bill goes out, it gets paid the following year, and then the treasurer turns it around and pays it in increments. So I think 2 years is a great description on when you would begin to see that increment starting to grow.
Okay. And then one last question too, I don't understand. Why can't the rental rates be the same as affordable apartments like on 104th?
So I will leave that back to Craig.
So how many units do you have at 104th that are affordable?
I don't know the exact amount, but I'm just curious. It's still Commerce City,
Yeah.
so why?
So those Commerce City, council member Alan Thomas, those rent rates at, I think it's called North Range from Dominion are 60% AMI rent rates. And we are also delivering 273 units of 60% AMI and lower rents. This will give us a balance and create another 270 units of market rate. And that market rate will bring a different demographic as far as socioeconomic AMI class and more spending power to each unit. That'll ultimately help bring in more retail next door. So we're going to have what we hope is a nice blend of affordable, market rate, and for sale. And they'll all be stratified. And as far as retailers are concerned, it's very simple. They do a demographic, they see what the spending power of that demographic is, and they say, we can be supported or we can't be supported. If we don't bring in market rate rents, we will not bring in the money that the retailers are going to need.
And if I may, board member, one of the ways of having a successful, I would say, development, you want to be able to identify balanced housing solutions that help to be able to create that level of synergy, that level of character, that level of growth and equity throughout. So, I mean, think of, as an example, I think we've all been there, the Mariposa development that's in Denver, take out the transit station. But if you think about the makeup and you think about the energy and the catalytic opportunity that's been provided, is that they have that balanced housing solution from affordable, from market rate, both for sale and for rent. So having that blend and having that mix will actually ultimately be able to help deliver that success of that project, and only being able to continue to build the evolution of that community as they grow and stitch into the neighborhood.
And I would add also on top of that, that the Colorado Housing Authority, or Housing Finance Authority, is the entity that controls the tax credits that are used for affordable housing. And they will limit the number per neighborhood based on a formula that they use. So there's several factors that are entering into that decision.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions from the board to staff regarding this? Seeing none, we have two options. We can direct our staff to continue in the negotiation on this, or we can go into executive session in order to have a discussion as far as how we would like for them to negotiate. Does anybody have an opinion on what they would like to do? Board Member Noble? You're on mute.
Sorry. I think executive session makes sense.
Okay, are you making a motion?
Oh, yes. I move that we go into executive session.
Hold on that. We'll get Mr. Sheasley to chime in with the proper legalese in order to make sure that we are in the executive session for the proper purposes.
Thank you. And so the motion would be a motion to enter into executive session pursuant to section 402 excuse me, I had it pulled up. E of the open meetings law to determine positions relative to negotiations and instruct negotiators on this matter.
Correct. That's my motion.
That was the motion.
Thank you. Council, Board Member Madera.
I'll second the motion.
All right, have a motion, any second, to go into executive session under Colorado Open Meetings Law, Section 4, and everything else that Mr. Sheasley said. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
Oh, sorry.
All right,
Sorry about that.
Seeing no request for discussion, please do a voice vote by raising your hands in the chat window that you wish to go into executive session. That is going to pass unanimously. So I take it that Mr. Sheasley at this time will be circulating a link for said executive session for us to go into.
Yes, it should be in your inboxes in about a minute.
All
Thank
right.
you.
So we will retire to the executive session, and we will call that executive session to order at 6:45 p.m. Okay, looks like everybody from the URA board is filing back in after the executive session. The URA board has directed staff to negotiate with Del West concerning this fee waiver. Next on our agenda is a presentation on the Mile High Greyhound Park Hotel request for proposals competitive solicitation process. Would again like to invite Jenna Lowry, management analyst, to make the presentation.
Thank you, sir. For this presentation, I will provide the board with an update on the hotel request for proposals process, as well as overview the response parameters that the RFP review panel will consider, and finally request the board's ratification on the RFP process that is currently underway. In response to the board's direction for staff to post a RFP to solicit bids for the Mile High Greyhound Park Hotel project, staff did post an RFP for the purchase of property and development of a hotel on parcel B of the Mile High Greyhound Park development site on Friday, May 21st. Per URA regulations, the request was posted on BidNet, the city website, and also received 2 consecutive postings in the Centennial Express. The RFP was also directly shared with known development entities, hotel developers, and brands. To summarize the RFP, we do require that interested parties include the following information in their responses. Whether the development company is local to Commerce City, to describe the experience of their development team, to explain their financial capability and commitment to the hotel project, to clearly articulate the project concept, which would include specifying the hotel product type, brand, number of rooms, floors, and overall square footage. We also ask that they identify the proposed hotel amenities and to provide the targeted average nightly rate for their product. Regarding the project scope, the RFP requires bidders to provide the total project budget, their offered land price and terms of purchase, including their initial deposit amount, the type of city assistance requested, their timeline for purchase and their timeline for development, and any other notable terms and conditions. So that way the board is not surprised later down the road. The table on this slide shows staff's estimated timeline for the project. You can see that RFP responses are due 2 weeks from today. And then based on the quantity and quality of the proposals received, the review panel will go through the bids and strive to bring the best options back to the board for the developer selection on June 28th. The dates that follow in this chart are dependent on meeting the goal of reconvening on June 28th, but if more lengthy review is required by either the panel or the CCURA board, then the timelines will certainly be shifted by a couple of weeks. However, assuming that the original timeline you see is met, staff anticipates that the hotel project could be complete by August of next year. From June 21st to June 28th, our review panel will analyze the RFP responses based on the following general criteria: timing to deliver a finished project, the price offer for land, developer experience and quality, vision alignment with overall MHGP project, project financial feasibility, and requested city assistance. So again, the responses are due to staff on Monday, June 21st. Our team will review those bids and strive to bring the top proposals back to the board on Monday, June 28th. That date may be delayed based on the volume and quality of submittals. And lastly, I would like to highlight that the approach we are taking does allow for a reasonable competitive process. So again, I appreciate your time. Our staff is available to answer questions about the process and is requesting that the board ratify the competitive solicitation effort in order to get the project going. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lowry. Does anyone on the board have any questions? Board Member Noble?
Yeah, a quick one. Jenna, were they given a plan? Was a plan included with the RFP? One of the three plans?
I believe it was. Ms.
Yeah,
Claymore,
it
please
was.
correct me if I'm wrong, but
Yes, it was.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
it was a good looking package. It had a lot of Commerce City demographics. It had site plans, and it took the planning effort that was just done by the URA and incorporated that. So it gave them it's a good package. It's if they want to build a hotel, it's gonna tell them what they need to do. It was quite well put together.
yeah, so
So-
what they would have seen
Was the
would
lead.
have been the preferred option that the board selected from HOK the last time we met.
Okay, okay, because I keep going back in my mind to Councilmember Grimes' point that there's actually a great view from that site. And I believe that the hotels were all running east-west as opposed to north-south. The hotel plans did not take into account that there's actually a view from that site. So
No,
I was just curious.
So just there's a common misconception that you want to put the long side of the building towards the view. And most developers would actually rather not do that. They'd rather have the long sides on the other sides and have the short end towards the view. And it's so that everybody can get a view from their unit towards the west. And so it's actually correctly oriented to give more rooms better views. So you get views on three sides and you pick up the longer side. So I think it is correctly oriented to pick up that view.
So the idea is you don't look out your window, you put your nose to your window and twist your head to see the view.
You can see the view to the side depending upon your angle. And yeah, the developers would rather have it that way. It's a preferable orientation.
And just to interject, those plans are certainly conceptual and it was presented that way in the RFP. So the developers will understand that it's not a firm plan that we've signed off on.
Okay, having just taken a road trip, I can tell you, I like rooms with a view. So thank you.
Of course.
Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, we thank you for the presentation on that. We do have looking for a motion and a second to approve the solicitation process. Board Member Noble?
I move to approve the solicitation process.
Thank you. Board Member Madera?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the solicitation process. We'll take a voice vote. Please give me a thumbs up in the window if you're in favor. And looks like that is going to pass unanimously. All right, we have one item of administrative business. This is the ratification of the Mile High Greyhound Park PUD Amendment Number 1 application. Would like to invite Jason Rogers, Deputy City Manager, if you have any questions for him to answer. Seeing no request for questions, looking for a motion and a second to ratify the URA's Executive Director's signature on the PUD Amendment application. Board Member Madera?
So moved.
Board Member Wadiola?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to ratify the URA's Executive Director's signature on the PUD Amendment application. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. Please give me a thumbs up if you approve. And that is also going to pass unanimously. Great. That concludes all the business we have for the Commerce City Urban Renewal Authority. We will adjourn to the City Council meeting using the same webinar. We will take a 5-minute or 6-minute recess and convene the meeting for the City Council at 7:25 p.m. We'll see you then.
Thanks.
Okay, it is 7:25. We'll call the meeting to order and ask the city clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank, Councilmember Madera,
Present.
Councilmember Alan Thomas,
Present.
Councilmember Noble,
Present.
Councilmember Guardiola,
Present.
Councilmember Hurst,
Present.
Councilmember Grimes,
Present.
Councilmember Smith,
Present.
Mayor Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to excuse those members not present. Councilmember Alan Thomas,
So moved.
Councilmember Grimes.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to excuse those members not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. Please just give me a thumbs up in the window. And that is going to pass 8-0 unanimously. Next is a pledge of allegiance. Would like to invite Councilmember Smith to unmute your microphone and lead the council in the pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Modification of rules of public comment. All public comment will occur during citizen communication except for public hearings. Persons who registered to speak under multiple items will be allowed to speak multiple times. Does anyone on council wish to motion to change the policy? Seeing no request to do so, we will move on to citizen communication. Per council policy, citizen communication is the time on our agenda for the public to address council on business and affairs of the city. Per council policy, citizen communication cannot occur before the time stated in the agenda without council approval. The estimated time in the agenda for citizen communication is 7:20 p.m. The time is now 7:27 p.m. The city council is not able to hear any comments at this time on land use matters that are before or may come before council. Please reserve such comments for the appropriate public hearing. As a reminder, we take your comments seriously, but do not generally respond to comments until later in the evening. Council must wait until administrative council business to take action in response to citizen communication. Council members can ask questions of speakers if desired. The city needed advance registration in order to participate in citizen communication for this meeting. If you're currently in this meeting to speak during citizen communication, please listen for me to call your name and the clerk will unmute you so you may begin. If you do not respond or are disconnected, you may miss your chance to comment. Please give your name and address for the record and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes. If a council member wants to ask a question, please ask to be recognized when the speaker is finished. Tonight, we have 3 speakers registered. The first is Hector Jimenez.
Hector, if you're in the meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor Huseman, I do not see Hector in the meeting.
Thank you. We'll move on to Steve Douglas.
Steve, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you. Good evening, council and mayor. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak tonight. Commerce City, 10970 Unity Parkway. Thank you. First comment I have, I think, well, if you guys never received my photo of the weeds over here in the common area, they're really high. And I know you guys had a weed ordinance not too long ago that you implemented. And if you guys could notify Reunion Metro District to start cutting those areas because they're about 3 to 4 feet high. The second thing I want to talk about is property tax relief for any homeowner who purchases a home in the Mile High Greyhound Park. Since Del West is going, the URA, they're getting tax relief and all that. There should also be a tax relief for income qualifying homeowners and give them a chance as a homeowner to give them some relief. Those property taxes, when they're assessed, they should be assessed at a different rate than the other current homeowners around there based on their income. And the other thing I want to talk about is I know you guys are talking about trying to bring retail in and all that. Maybe you could put an incentive out there to any landowners that have adequate land for a supermarket. Maybe same kind of deal was made through King Supers. which is a $1.2 million agreement to bring a grocery store in by occupying that property. And the last thing is, I did listen to the URA meeting with Dale West. Now, do you remember you had the same suggestion that financially they're ready to go and they don't need any other finances from the city to make this work. Now you're in the same boat right now, and to me, it seems like a money grab. And it would be, if you're going to negotiate what you want executive session, but I just wanted to add on is anything that you guys do forward now with them should be a 50-50 split with any tax coming back to the city in the future based on their investment. If you're a partner, you should also receive those same benefits as other public-private partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Does anyone on council have any questions for Mr. Douglas this evening? Seeing none, we thank you for your time. We'll move on to our last speaker, who is Britton Cottrell.
Britton, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you. I was hoping to speak to a specific ordinance tonight. Is now the time to do that?
This would be the time. Yes, Britton.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and members of council. My name is Britton Cottrell, and I live at 4327 West 31st Street in Greeley, Colorado, and I work for TNT Fireworks. I was hoping to speak for the ordinance tonight that you guys will be discussing. And TNT Fireworks is the largest retailer of consumer fireworks in the United States. And we specialize in federal and state approved fireworks for consumer at-home use. I work as the area manager for the entire state of Colorado. And I think the product line that you guys are referring to tonight in your ordinance is often referred to as safe and sane products. These are the products that are allowed by the state of Colorado to be lit by consumers. Those fireworks include things that stay on the ground, they don't go in the air, and they do not explode. Things like fountains, sparklers, smoke balls, snakes, and so on. Firecrackers, rockets, missiles, aerials, those are not considered safe and sane fireworks. Safe and sane fireworks were developed for drier climates and areas such as like California, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona for at-home use on a flat surface such as a driveway or a street. Now, TNT Fireworks supports the sale and the use of the state-approved fireworks, but we also support the state's efforts to get rid of illegal firework use. And we believe that a big step in combating the use of illegal fireworks is to offer safer products to citizens. In addition, we as a company have been working very closely with the state of Colorado, Colorado counties, and various cities to offer education to consumers. Safety and education are important, and we're leading the way in terms of education. We would be happy to share our resources with you to develop an appropriate education campaign. And finally, as you consider the ordinance tonight, I would just draw your attention to one area with regards to use and to sale. We work with many cities that have a limited sales and a limited use ordinance, and those can be very effective. It would be very advantageous for the city to allow the sales of these safe and sane products for easy access to consumers, as well as to develop a sales tax revenue stream that comes back to the city and hopefully help fight illegal fireworks. But if your city is going to use them, why not buy them locally? But in order for a company to sell in your city, we would need longer than the 2 days proposed of July 3rd and 4th. There's no way that we could do business, get set up, go through all the required state inspections, and be open for only 2 days. We would need at least a week, something like that in order to make that happen. So we would just ask that you would consider that as you consider this ordinance tonight. I want to thank you for your time. I'd be happy to make myself and our company available to any of you as a resource as you move through this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cottrell. Does anyone on council have any questions for Mr. Cottrell at this time? Seeing none, we thank you for your comments and for enlightening us on what it is that we're looking at discussing this evening. We'd like to thank all of you for speaking with us tonight. If follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. Members of the public were also able to submit comments online and by mail. No written comments were received by the deadline. If anyone wishes to speak at a future council meeting, please check the meeting agenda and city website for information on how to register or submit written comments. Next on our agenda is a proclamation. It is a proclamation declaring June 2021 as LGBTQIA+ Pride Month in Commerce City. This time I'd like to ask the city clerk to please read the proclamation.
Whereas the city of Commerce City supports the LGBTQIA+ community and honors their many contributions to the health of the city and remains committed to treating all people with fairness and respect. And whereas Commerce City continues the tradition for communities across America to recognize their LGBTQIA+, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, asexual residents during the month of June and recognizes the plus symbol to symbolize the inclusion of all identities. And whereas LGBTQIA+ people, as the rainbow flag symbolizes, comes from every group, religion, ethnicity, age, occupation, ability, size, and shape. And whereas members of the Commerce City LGBTQIA community have always served as valuable members of our community in every capacity. And whereas LGBTQIA+ residents have enriched the diverse community of Commerce City through their participation in city government, the arts, religious and civil institutions, education, and community organizations. And whereas the city of Commerce City believes that all people deserve to be protected from bullying, harassment, discrimination, and health disparities, and convey a clear message that intolerance is not welcome in our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Benjamin Huseman, on behalf of the City Council, hereby declare the month of June 2021 to be LGBTQIA+ Pride Month in the City of Commerce City, and encourage all residents to recognize the contributions made by members of the LGBTQIA+ community and to actively promote the principles of equality, liberty, and justice.
At this time, I'm looking for a motion to, in a second, to approve the proclamation. Councilmember Madera,
Move to approve the proclamation.
Councilmember Noble.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation declaring June 2021 as LGBTQIA+ Pride Month in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. Please give me a thumbs up in the window if you approve. And that is going to pass unanimously. Next on the agenda, we have some presentations. The first presentation is from the Rocky Mountain Arsenal Current Projects Update and 5-year Review. I'd like to invite Charlie Sharman to make the presentation.
Okay, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Charlie. Would you like us to pull up the presentation for you?
That'd be fantastic. Thank you.
All right, and just let us know whenever you're ready for us to move to the next slide.
Perfect. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Huseman, members of the City Council. Thanks for including me on the agenda this evening. I'm planning to provide a update on the RMA cleanup. We can move to the next slide, please. And specifically, I've broken the presentation down into 3 parts. The first, I want to provide a little bit of background on the remedy as a whole for those that may not be familiar with it. I'll then talk a little bit about some improvements and updates we're doing to our off-post groundwater treatment system. We think will be very beneficial to the community. And lastly, I'll talk about our Superfund 5-year review, which is a process we undertake to ensure that the remedy is protective of people and the environment. Next slide, please. So first, a little bit of background about the cleanup. This slide is a map of most of the former Rocky Mountain Arsenal. Most of that is now the Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge. Orientation here, the north is to the top of the screen. And again, most of the property is the refuge. The Army has retained the areas shown in dark green and in blue. And if you've been to the refuge, chances are you've driven the wildlife drive, and that is shown on this map in the lime green color. So that kind of goes around a lot of the area that the Army continues to maintain, and I wanted to point out some of those facilities. In the center of the site, the big green area is our integrated cover system. This is where we left some contaminated soil and debris in place, and we have a cover system that consists of 16 inches of crushed concrete and 4 feet of soil and vegetation on top of it. A similar cover system is the Basin F cover, which is located to the northwest of the integrated cover system. Again, similar construction, and purpose is to keep rainwater and snow melt from going into the waste. The crushed concrete keeps prairie dogs and badgers from digging into the waste as well. To the east or to the right of the Basin F cover, the two rectangular areas there are our hazardous waste landfill and our enhanced hazardous waste landfill. And these are state-of-the-art waste containment facilities that include either a double or triple liner on the bottom, which consists of clay and plastic, heavy plastic, high-density polyethylene is the material. And it has engineered cover systems to them as well, which includes this high-density polyethylene, a geosynthetic clay, the crushed concrete as well, and then soil on top of that and vegetation. So those are the remedy facilities that the Army manages from the waste containment standpoint. From the groundwater standpoint, the blue areas on this map are the groundwater treatment facilities that the Army operates. The first one I'll mention is the one closest to the center of the site, which is the Basin A Neck containment system. And then along Highway 2 on Arsenal property is the northwest boundary containment system. Along 96th Avenue is our north boundary containment system. And then north of the site along Peoria Street, we have a treatment system, our off-post groundwater treatment system that actually treats water from 2 different locations. And I'll get into this in a little bit more detail on the next topic, but those 2 areas you see north of the Arsenal, one of those is the First Creek area, and the other is we refer to as the Northern Pathway. And water is pumped from both of those locations to that Peoria Street plant. Next slide, please. So this map gives you a general orientation of groundwater flow at the site, and hopefully contributes to adding, makes sense where we are locating our groundwater treatment systems. They're generally located downstream, down gradient of our source areas. Those source areas contributed groundwater contamination in the past. By locating those treatment systems downstream of those source areas, we're able to clean the aquifer and hopefully restore it to drinking water standards over time. So groundwater at the site generally moves to the north and northwest. The Basin A Neck system is immediately downstream of the integrated cover system area and treats waste, groundwater contamination coming from that location. The northwest boundary, again, treats contaminated groundwater coming from not only the integrated cover system area, but also the Basin F area. And then the north boundary primarily treats groundwater contamination that's migrating away from Basin F. When you move off the site, the plume that approaches the north boundary, and again, this is contamination that migrated off the site prior to that north boundary system being installed in 1981. As it moves off the site, it actually splits into 2 different pathways, one to the north and one along First Creek to the northwest. And I'm going to talk more about that now, about some of the improvements we're making to that off-post system. Next slide, please. So the area shown in orange, we refer to that as the First Creek system. Again, historically, we pumped water from that location to the plant on Peoria Street. I'm going to show you the improvements on the next slide that kind of is a blow up of this particular area. So if you kind of keep your orientation along Highway 2, there is the western side of this particular area. We can go to the next slide. This is kind of a blow up of that area. Highway 2 is along the kind of the diagonal left side of the area. In 1992, we installed an extraction and recharge system in this area, and that water was pumped over to that Peoria Street plant, which was constructed in 1992 as well. Once it was treated, it was sent back to the First Creek area for re-injection back into the aquifer. The change that we're making is we have constructed a smaller plant in that First Creek area. The approximate location is shown here on the map. It's much smaller. It's only the size of about a 2-car garage, as opposed to the 3-story structure that's along Peoria Street. So we're able to do the same type of treatment. We're just using smaller carbon absorption vessels. But again, we're treating the same volume, treating to the same standard as we are now, just at a little bit more, a smaller scale, if you will. Other thing I'll point out on here is we're able to shrink our footprint as well. The original footprint of the property we gained access to back in 1992 is shown in the dotted or dashed red lines. And then now going forward, we will only need to have access to the orange area. And so that'll help reduce, again, the area that we have to manage long term. Next slide, please. So to give you a picture of what it looks like on the ground, we finished construction of that new system, which is on the left-hand side of this picture. Again, that building is about the size of a 2-car garage. You compare that to the right-hand side of the plant that's on Peoria Street. It's significantly smaller than the plant on Peoria Street. So again, a lower profile for us in the community, which we think is a good thing. Next slide, please. Okay, similarly, we're making some improvements in the area we call the Northern Pathway. The next slide will be a blow up of this area, but just to orient you, that Northern Pathway site is to the west of Highway 2 and north of 104th Avenue. So if we can move to the next slide, please. Again, 104th Avenue on this slide is the very bottom. Highway 2 goes on a diagonal from the bottom middle to the top right. And similar to the slide on First Creek, the original area that the Army acquired back in 1992 as a lease is shown in the red dashed line. That's about a 72-acre area, a pretty big footprint, where we installed extraction wells and re-injection wells. And the water from this area was piped back to that plant on Peoria Street. And then the clean water, after meeting drinking water standards, was piped back up to this area for re-injection. Because of development going in the area, there's a lot of interest in this property, as you can imagine. This lease for that property that the Army holds expires next June. And so in planning for that, we felt it would be very beneficial to shrink our footprint in this area as well. So we acquired a 4.4 acre lease or easement area late last year. And we actually have extraction wells on there already. We're in the process now of installing recharge trenches to get the clean water back in the ground. And we'll also be building a new treatment plant in this location, and that is shown with a yellow arrow there on the map. And so this new treatment building will be much smaller than the plant on Peoria. It will be larger than the First Creek plant, probably about 3 times the size. But again, significantly smaller than the profile that exists along Peoria Street. This change also helps us eliminate the need for piping water back to that plant on Peoria Street. So everything will be self-contained on this, the new easement, which is shown in orange on this map. And so a lot smaller area, a lot lower profile in terms of the treatment building. And this will free the way for that former easement area to be redeveloped over time. And again, we should be out of that area hopefully by next June. Also, by removing that pipeline back to the Peoria plant, we no longer have to encumber an area along Peoria Street for an easement. We've been working with a developer up there to remove the pipe that went along Peoria Street. So that also kind of frees the way for the development of the next filing of the Turnberry development up in that area. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, I'll switch gears here and talk a little bit about our Superfund 5-year review. This is a process, as I mentioned, it's a comprehensive look at the cleanup with the purpose of trying to determine whether the remedy continues to be still be protective of human health and the environment. It supplements our ongoing monitoring, and it's required anywhere you have any waste remaining in place. And so the consolidation areas, the cover systems, the landfills that we have that I talked about earlier, because we have those facilities, we have to continue to evaluate the effectiveness of the remedy every 5 years. This is an Army-led process, but it's done in full cooperation and assistance by EPA, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, Tri-County Health Department, Shell Oil Company is a responsible party at the site. And then, of course, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife is the landowner of most of the property now, and they participate in this review as well. Next slide, please. So the evaluation process is set up to answer 3 basic questions. Is the cleanup functioning as intended? Are the assumptions used at the time the cleanup decision was made, are they still valid? And has any other information become available, such as new environmental standards that could call into question the protectiveness of the cleanup? So with that in mind, we'll go to the next slide. So, and the evaluation covers the period 2015 to 2020 and includes these 6 components. You take a look at your community involvement program and assess whether it is sufficient to meet the stage of cleanup that you're in at the time. You take a look at all the documents produced over the last 5 years, as well as the data that has been generated in order to make your evaluation. You also do a site inspection, and this is not just the Army, this is also the EPA, the state, and Tri-County as well participate in those inspections. We also interview community members as well as local officials to get their perspective on any concerns or general thoughts about how the cleanup is going. And then finally, is the conclusion is you make a determination about the protectiveness, whether the remedy is protective or not. Next slide, please. So part of the process, you identify issues that could potentially impact the protectiveness of the remedy. You're looking at not only the current protectiveness, but you're also looking at potential long-term protectiveness. And so we're kind of looking at both of those issues. Back in 2015, we identified 15 different issues. None of those were impacting the current protectiveness of the remedy back then. They all were identified as issues that could affect the protectiveness of the remedy in the long term. So of those 15 issues that we identified back in 2015, 10 were resolved and addressed either by data collection or some type of action to address them. 3 were partially resolved to where they no longer have the potential to impact long-term protectiveness. And so those were not carried forward as issues, but they continue to be tracked as other findings, and we continue to do some actions to address those 3 issues. And then we have 2 that we concluded do have the potential to affect the long-term protectiveness of the remedy. And so those 2 were carried forward into this and identified in this 5-year review. So including those 2, we have a total of 6 issues. None of the 6 we feel affect the current protectiveness of the remedy, but we feel they all have the potential to affect the long-term protectiveness. And I'm going to go through on the next couple of slides. I'll talk briefly about the 6 issues. Next slide, please. So the first 2 deal with the pesticide dieldrin. This is a pesticide that Shell produced at the site for a number of years. It has a very low detection limit and has a very low health standard. And so we have it in the area of the northwest boundary, which is shown in red. That's the system along Highway 2 on the arsenal. And it's detected, well, throughout the area approaching the system, but specifically the concern is the north end of the system and the question as to whether potentially dieldrin at low levels could be moving around the system. And so we've done some monitoring already. It's inconclusive at this point, so we have to continue to do some additional monitoring. And we may end up having to put additional extraction wells in that area to ensure that we capture the entire dieldrin plume on that north side. So again, doing monitoring now and we'll increase that, and then we'll make a decision as to whether additional extraction is necessary. The second piece of that is the amount of monitoring, groundwater monitoring wells we have in the off-post area in that area. So just on the west side of Highway 2, we're looking to increase the amount of monitoring that we're doing of the groundwater in that area. The last item on this slide is one I've talked about already. It deals with that issue of the northern pathway where the lease is going to expire for the larger extraction recharge area next June. And we need to have the system in place to replace that before that expires. And again, we're well on the way. That should be completed later this summer. So that's an issue now, but again, it's being addressed. Next slide, please. This next item deals with the amount of groundwater monitoring we're doing. I talked about the northwest boundary off post. There are other areas up to the north where we've had some wells destroyed or damaged that we need to replace. In other cases, we may want to supplement that with some additional wells. But the issue we have here, as we continue to shrink the plume, sometimes you need wells in additional locations in order to confirm that in fact you're cleaning the aquifer. So we're looking at that right now. The next item deals with the evaluation of a private drinking water well. This is actually a well we replaced back in 2016 because we thought that the existing casing was damaged and it was causing some RMA contamination to be in the well above the drinking water standard. So we replaced the well with the same construction, just with new material, obviously, and it was screened over 2 different zones. We're looking at it now because we're starting to see detections of contamination in that well again. And because of that, we're thinking this is not the long-term solution we had hoped it was when we installed that well in 2016. So good news that the residents of that location are on using bottled water for drinking and cooking, so there's no risk to them. But we want to look at a more effective long-term solution to that. So we may, by doing this evaluation, we may repair that well, we may end up replacing it and screening that new well in a different zone. The last item I'll mention is something that's actually been on our list since 2010. It was an issue in the 2010 5-year review and the 2015 5-year review. This is one that was carried forward. And it's just that in the city's planned unit development for the Prairie Gateway, it includes the potential for community gardening, public gardening, and that if that were developed that way, then that would be inconsistent with the land use restrictions. And as we understand it, the city doesn't have any immediate plans for that, and there may be some assessment coming down the road about the potential for residential, where If that were done, then that would maybe clear the way to remove that restriction. But as it stands right now, there is a restriction on that. And we just need to continue to work with the city to make sure that, land uses aren't developed out there that are inconsistent with the restrictions in place. Next slide, please. So the last piece, as mentioned, is making a determination about the protectiveness. EPA makes it pretty simple for us, where they give us 4 options to choose from. The first one would be a conclusion that the remedy is not protective unless some type of follow-up action was taken. Fortunately, that's not the situation we have at the Arsenal. The second option would be that the protectiveness cannot be determined until more information's gathered. Again, that's not the determination we're drawing at this point. The third option is the one that we've selected in the draft report, and that it is protective. The remedy is protective in the short term, but some follow-up actions are needed in order to confirm that it'll be protective in the long term. So, and the last option, which again doesn't apply to us here, is that it's just protective and there's no follow-on evaluation necessary. Next slide, please. So where we are in the middle of the public comment period. That public comment period closes July 2nd. After we receive public comments, we will respond to public comments and incorporate those that need to be incorporated into the report and the report changed to address them. And then lastly, we would then submit our final report and recommendation to the EPA, and then EPA will either concur in our protectiveness determination or make their own independent determination themselves. And that should be completed by the end of September. Next slide, please. So that's the update I had for you this evening. I'd be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Sharman? Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much for that. You actually cover some things that I had been noticing and people had reported to me lately. And I suspect that that was what was going on, that maybe you had some sort of detection rig over at Highway 2, just north of 104th in maybe the last 60 days, perhaps checking the water. But I am a little concerned about how far that plume goes. There is a disc on 112th that shows that that water is being tested as well. Does the plume go as far as 112th from the Arsenal?
No, it does not. Historically, and I'm talking, 20 years ago, there were some remnants of some RMA contaminants beyond our system. But the location of our extraction systems there around 104th and Peoria, and then Highway 2 and First Creek are mostly, that's close to the leading edge of the plume. And so the plumes do not migrate very far beyond that, if at all. We do get some assistance from O'Brien Canal in the fact that there are stretches along O'Brien Canal that leak water into the ground, and that helps to dilute anything that may be in that area. But our treatment has been very effective over the past almost 30 years, and we've reduced the size of the plume considerably. So that's a long answer to your question, but no, we don't have contamination up at 112th at this point.
Okay. And you made mention of the pesticide on the slide, on the pesticide that may be migrating. And on the slide, I could see 96th Street and I could see I-76, but I couldn't see 104th. So the larger Dietland spot, the red, is that north of 104th?
The capture zone that we have up in that area is north of 104th and west of Highway 2.
Okay, that's what I thought.
So that's about the leading edge of that plume that goes north.
There has been some discussion in our Water Commission meeting about PFAS in the water and where it might be coming from. Has there been any investigation into that coming from the arsenal itself?
Yes, it's a good question. And we have done, in conjunction with the regulatory agencies, an assessment of the potential for PFAS on the site. We did use a firefighting foam, I think it was back in the 60s or 70s, that contributed to some PFAS detection in the center of the site, but it does not migrate very far away from there. And so it does not even reach that internal plant, the Basin ANX system. It doesn't even reach there. The good news is that our treatment that we use is carbon absorption. And that's an effective treatment process for PFAS if in fact it does reach one of our systems. But right now, what we have detected is really localized in kind of the center of the site, and we're not seeing it migrate very far from there.
I love driving around the arsenal, of course, the nature preserve is very beautiful. But at the same time, as you approach Basin F, where a lot of these chemicals are being held, I noticed that the groundhogs no longer build they don't have any colonies by Basin F. So what do the groundhogs know that we should know?
Well, first of all, just a clarification, they're prairie dogs, but
okay.
And that
prairie dogs, sorry.
No problem. And that is by design. The service plans to manage about 2,600 acres of prairie dogs at the refuge, and the whole refuge is roughly 15,000 acres. And so they want to manage about 2,600 acres. Otherwise, you'll have prairie dogs across the whole place. And so for their own purposes, they manage where the prairie dogs should be. And for our purpose, we try to keep the prairie dogs away from our facilities, our landfills and our cover systems. Even though we have that biota barrier layer, that 16 inches of crushed concrete that would keep them from digging into the waste, we don't have to repair a bunch of prairie dog holes. And so there's several different management techniques you can do to keep them away. You can keep vegetation high. Prairie dogs don't like to go where they can't see. There's also Fish and Wildlife uses, they call prairie dog barriers, where it's just fabric that's about, I think, 12 inches or so off the ground that inhibits the prairie dog's ability to see where they're going. And so that has mixed success in terms of keeping prairie dogs out of the areas you don't want them. But again, it's kind of a combination. The Army doesn't want them near our facilities, and Fish and Wildlife would prefer to keep them limited to about 2,600 acres. And that's not one of the areas they want to have them. That help?
Yes, that does help. I had noticed that. So the CDPHE sued the U.S. Army in 2019, and that was over dangerous chemicals, including pesticides that continue to leach in the groundwater at the arsenal. What is the status of that lawsuit?
We actually have two lawsuits ongoing. There was one from 2017.
Yeah, that's true.
And that one, primarily deals with jurisdiction as to, who has the final say on some cleanup decisions. Right now, the decisions are kind of split between the Environmental Protection Agency and the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. And so that it really doesn't affect the remedy at all, and the effectiveness of the remedy and the partnership that all the agencies have. As much as you think litigation should drive a wedge between people, we have a very cooperative relationship with the state and EPA and Tri-County, and we have a good team working on the issues. But that's what this 2017 lawsuit was about. The 2019 lawsuit, there were 5 issues listed in that lawsuit that dealt with different technical issues, and whether we should continue to work those in the current structure, or whether we should follow a different process where the state maybe can accelerate the decision-making process. And 2 of those 5 issues are actually already resolved, and we're working to resolve the other 3 cooperatively. And what has happened in that particular lawsuit is the judge has said, follow the dispute resolution process that you have in place already before I take this on in the courts. And so that's kind of what we're doing now, is we're working through those 3 issues, trying to resolve them before it ever gets to the court. And I think that's in everybody's best interest. And, I think if you were to ask the state, that they'd probably agree that that's our goal, is to get those issues resolved as quickly as possible and keep it out of the courts.
And I just have a couple of other questions. Do you have any concerns about residential development directly north of Basin F? And considering contamination, you were talking about not being able to use water for landscaping because of the contamination in the Prairie Gateway PUD. I don't know where that one is located, but I wondered if there was any other issue directly north of Basin F.
Well, the immediate area of Basin F is the wildlife refuge. The first residential you could really have is right at 96th Avenue. And we work with the developer up there of Eagle Creek, which is right there along 96th Avenue, to put information in their model home, to be very clear about what has been done to make sure that it's safe to live there. Just real quickly on the issue about the PUD for the Prairie Gateway, it's not so much a groundwater issue there. It's a combination of things, is that because that assessment hasn't been done for residential use or for eating, say, vegetables that you would grow on the land, that's why that restriction is in place in the Prairie Gateway area. But the area north, because they're on the South Adams County water distribution system, drinking water is fine. There's no risk there. And that was one of the main tenets of the remedy, is in addition to treating groundwater like we are at the several locations, we also hooked up a lot of residents to the South Adams County system to make sure there would be no risk of drinking water. And the shallow groundwater is where our contaminants exist. So it's really a drinking water concern as opposed to an irrigation concern, if you will.
Okay, and it's actually vacant land that is east of Eagle Creek, on the other side of the wetlands.
Gotcha. And I don't know off the top of my head what the plan for that is. I know north of our Peoria Street plant, they're building some homes now. I don't know what's planned right along 96th Avenue, but from where I am now, it would be the same as Eagle Creek, where as long as any development in that area was on a public water supply like South Adams County, there would not be a risk to living in that area.
Even though the plume is there, even though the plume comes that direction.
And just to be clear, what we're talking about with the plume, you're talking about groundwater that is probably 20 to 30 feet deep in that area. Of course, along First Creek, there's a floodplain along there where you wouldn't build anyway, because groundwater is shallow and the surface water that goes through there is part of the floodplain. So there's a certain area you really can't build anyway. But areas that are high enough to be out of the floodplain, the groundwater table would be probably 20 to 30 feet down. And there the only thing you would be worrying about is potential vapors that could come up in a basement. And the good thing about our contaminants in that area, they're not volatile. And so they're not at risk of coming up into the basement. It would be strictly just a drinking water issue. And because you're on the South Adams County water supply system, that risk has been addressed. So does that help?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
You bet.
The Prairie Gateway is the former name of Victory Crossing.
Gotcha. Apologize for not using the current terminology.
Quite all right.
Any other questions for Mr. Sharman? Seeing none, would like to thank you for your presentation and time this evening. Very informative, and always a pleasure to have you come before us and give us these updates.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks again for your time.
Our next presentation is the COVID-19 update. Would like to invite City Manager Roger Tinklenberg to provide an update on the city's overall response to the COVID-19 crisis.
Thank you, sir. Just a reminder again that the American Rescue Plan Act created a restaurant revitalization fund, and the Small Business Administration is taking grant applications for that program. Also, another reminder, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment is offering free at-home rapid COVID-19 testing to local food service employees and restaurant workers. Also, 2 weeks ago, I had reported on Adams County vaccination rates, and that information I provided was out of date. Currently, the vaccination rate is reported by Tri-County Health as 58.9% for 1 dose and 48.7% for 2 doses. We would like to see that get much higher. Obviously, the goal is 70% or better. We continue to evaluate our facility reopening plans. Some of the factors involved is that we've had members of the public who do not want to talk to employees if they're not wearing masks. And we have other members of the public asking staff why they're wearing masks if they're already vaccinated. So, it's kind of a little bit of both there. Not all of our staff have been able to get vaccinated, particularly the young variable hour employees like lifeguards, that type of thing. So that's another reason for still maintaining the wearing of masks for employees. We don't want to endanger them. And that's also the reason we're taking gradual steps in reopening. And then we had discussed last regular meeting also about the possibility of setting up for city council study sessions on the chamber's floor. But in talking further with staff, that's very labor intensive. So we're evaluating that against meeting on the dais with the plexiglass dividers in place. And once we have more information from staff, we'll get back to you on that. So that's it for my report on COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tinklenberg. Does anyone on council have any questions for Mr. Tinklenberg? Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, just a quick one. Thanks, Roger. Are we requiring employees to wear masks only indoors or in vehicle, like shared vehicles?
Yes, not outdoors if they're, yeah,
optional. That's optional. Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I've seen a couple wearing a mask outside. That's perfectly fine if that's what they'd like to do. I just wasn't sure if we were requiring that or not.
Yeah, if they're working in close quarters outside, or like in my case, seasonal allergies, I wear masks every now and then. So yeah, it's optional.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure we're not like forcing it on outside workers.
No.
Any other questions for Mr. Tinklenberg? Seeing none, thank you for the update, sir, and the additional information. Next is an environmental planning and policy monthly update with the oil and gas monthly update. Would like to invite Dominic Martinelli, environmental planner, to make the presentation.
All right, thank you. I'll be giving the monthly environmental planning and policy update. And then let me know if you cannot see the screen. So we're going to start with the oil and gas update. No change in the oil and gas permit activity from last month. The map is the same from the last month that we've seen. 5 applications currently under review. The Antelope pad with Petro operating is still the only remaining pending 2A application. The map shown here remains unchanged from last month. And then we'll jump into the environmental update. So the Suncor root cause investigation, Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment staff has accepted the implementation plan that was derived from the recommendations that were outlined in the Kearney report. That was a requirement of the settlement agreement of March 6, 2020, that Suncor conduct a review of internal policies and practices and operations at the Suncor refinery and come up with recommendations to reduce the upsets and things of that nature. Developed an implementation plan based off of that report, and CDPHE has accepted. City staff has been meeting with the Air Pollution Control Division as part of a local government coalition on the Title V permit. So as a reminder, the city provided comments on the March 19th regarding the Title V permit. So there were a number of issues that were raised by the city in that letter. And there have been some similar concerns raised by Adams County, Tri-County Health, the city and county of Denver, as well as Commerce City. So the city has been meeting with some of the staff to kind of work through some of those issues and see the potential to incorporate them within the permit. CDPHE is in the process of responding to all public comments submitted. And I believe that Suncor has responded directly to comments that were made during the Title V process. Additionally, city staff has been meeting with the Water Quality Control Division on the permit renewal process for Suncor. A quick update. So this is not within Commerce City's boundaries, but it is relatively close to the Outlook neighborhood. So we did want to provide this as an update tonight. So I believe work began on June 1st, or if it has not, it will be within the next couple of days. Great Western Oil and Gas is working to plug and abandon an existing well located in the city of Brighton, which is directly across from the Outlook neighborhood, across from I-76. There should be a workover rig to work on some of the activity. It could take up to 1 week to fully complete. So a quick update on policy development. Right now, staff is working with Lotus Sustainability as well as AM Beach and Consulting to finalize an overall community engagement communications plan that would communicate information to the community on how exactly the city plans to engage them on the environmental policy work, how to effectively receive the community's input and how it drives overall policy direction, and then identify communication channels and methods. So that's currently being finalized and going through that process. And we'll talk a little bit more about some of the city website information, but that plan would be posted on the city's website for transparency and to communicate to the public how that information will be disseminated. So as part of this work, the city is conducting a greenhouse gas inventory. That is approximately 60% complete. So the city's compiled data on energy use, stationary emission sources, and transportation within the city. And we're currently in the process of working on data for historic landfill emissions and then other minor stationary emission sources that aren't readily captured in large existing data. There's been continued interviews with Commerce City staff on the organizational sustainability considerations. And there has been a smaller staff working group convened with Pinion on some of the water quality issues. So that's currently in place. And then we'll discuss this, but there are a number of changes that are proposed to the city's website to make it a little bit more clear about this effort and discuss environmental policy. And that should go live at the time that recruitment for the advisory committee begins. So just to provide an update, we're in that process. I would say we're probably still in the first third of the project. There's still a lot to go, but a lot of good progress has been made thus far. So this information that we're showing is from the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment regarding air quality exceedances by Suncor since the last update that was given. So this reporting period is from April 23rd to May 26th. There were 5 air exceedances that occurred in that period. So there was a exceedance of 270 BTU per SCF that occurred on the 23rd. Exceedances of sulfur dioxide. There was an exceedance that was over a multiple day period for the exceedance of sulfur dioxide, exceedance of carbon monoxide, and then an exceedance of the sulfur dioxide limit. So those were the 5 exceedances that occurred during that time period. So the information that we're sharing at this point is provided by Suncor regarding recent updates and activities at the Suncor refinery. So as of June 1st, the notification system has gone live. So subscribers can start receiving notifications in both English and Spanish about operational activities at the Commerce City refinery. That includes repairs, maintenance, and startup/shutdown processes. So if you have not already subscribed and you would like to, text Suncor to 888-777, or you can visit their website directly to sign up. So they're currently in the process of what's called turnaround, and that's been underway since mid-April and will be completed in June. This work includes the upgrade of the automatic shutdown system for the Plant 1 FCCU, as well as community air monitoring. Suncor Energy has been working to enhance air monitoring in the city, and they did hold a number of public meetings with the community on feedback on their air monitoring program just last month. So the Sand Creek update on both May 22nd and May 31st, there was an observation of a small volume of sheen on Sand Creek near the Commerce City refinery. So this is at the Outfall 20 location. And just as a reminder, this permit is currently up for review by the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. The refinery's emergency response and environmental teams responded at that time. And during the first incident, there were booms that were placed around the original sheen, and they came in with vacuum trucks to deploy and collect the material that was present. Those booms were kept in place for the remaining time, and then the follow-up sheen that occurred on May 31st, the booms are already in place to capture any materials that came off. So Suncor has been performing air monitoring in the immediate area to measure for benzene and BTEX to see if there's any elevated levels, which has not been communicated that any additional levels have been detected in the air. During the May 31st event, the sampling that was conducted showed that benzene and BTEX levels exceeded their permit limits. That did not occur during the first event. So they're currently in the process of continuing to evaluate and investigate. They haven't identified the exact cause of either of these events, but are currently working to figure out what is occurring. One update that I wanted to provide you as well, we did have some limitations on being able to provide new information in the report, given the deadlines that we have for publishing the packet. But Suncor is delivering the required 5-day written narrative report on the causes and the investigation that's been found, and that will be released tomorrow. And then in the next week, the city will provide some updates in the weekly policy and planning update that's part of the city manager's report following up on this. So as of now, that's the information that we have. One other thing, the Hazardous Waste Corrective Action Group with CDPHE was also present on site for emergency response. And then all the protective measures that have been previously communicated that were in place still remain in place as Suncor is investigating and trying to figure out what exactly caused these releases. So the Title V operating permit, there were 2 public hearings that were held after the initial public comment period, and Suncor has submitted its responses to public comments that were submitted during the Title V permit comment process. And then with that, staff is available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Martinelli. I appreciate the information as always. Councilmember Noble.
I didn't even have my hand up yet. You knew I was going to ask something. Thank you very much, Dominic. I am interested, though, in the Outlook neighborhood and what our responsibilities are there. So the fracking will come under the Outlook neighborhood from the Edmondson well site on the other side of E470. And there are some plugged wells that are in the Outlook neighborhood, including a well, a KP Kaufman well. And KP Kaufman, in the last 10 days or so, there was a big story about the fact that they are finding that KP Kaufman wells are leaking. So the state is taking action regarding that. And is there anything that we can be doing that would be supportive of our residents in Commerce City, since this was a decision made by unincorporated Adams County in the COGCC to approve this site, and this site's directional wells happen to go under the Outlook neighborhood all the way to Buckley. Anyway, is there anything that you think we should be doing, Dominic?
So that's certainly a good question, and we can absolutely look into that. We definitely want to be supportive of residents and things of that nature. In terms of like an existing wells and to our extent, those are all plugged and abandoned. But we can look and see if there's any additional efforts or responses the city can take.
Yeah, because they did replug a well just south of 120th by Buckley. They did that in the early spring, and that was to prepare for the Edmondson site. But there are at least 5 plugged wells in Outlook that show on the COGCC website. And one other thing I wanted to mention is that BTEX, when I got the notification from Suncor, and I'm sure the rest of us have signed up for those notifications as well, I looked up BTEX because I wanted to know what it was. And it is benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, and xylene, none of which are good for your health. And I believe that a story today indicates that it's possible that a concrete wall at Suncor near Sand Creek may be showing some stress, and that is what is causing the leakage. So thanks for everything that was in your report, Dominic. It was very comprehensive.
Thank you very much. And one thing I do want to note on the BTEX and the Suncor wall. So everything that you described about BTEX, they're also considered hazardous air pollutants and are noted to have impacts on human health. The city is in the process of reviewing a floodplain permit for that barrier wall. So that's currently under review by our floodplain administrator and Public Works to replace that portion of the Suncor barrier wall that was requested by the state.
Thank you.
Does anybody else on council have any questions concerning this presentation? Seeing none, well, thank you again for your time this evening, Mr. Martinelli. Next, we have an update on the comprehensive plan update. Would like to invite Jamie Rice, city planner, city planner, to make the presentation.
Good evening, council members. I'll go ahead and share my screen. Let me know if you can't see it. Good evening. My name is Jamie Rice. I'm representing the Planning Division here to provide an update on the Comprehensive Master Plan update process. As a part of the update process, staff will be providing updates to City Council, alternating in-person and written correspondence. Very quickly, I will go over what is a comprehensive plan. It's a long-range vision that the community wants to be, typically a 20 to 30 year horizon. It's comprehensive in scope and topics. It's a policy document that guides implementing regulations and development approvals, and it informs land use decisions, areas for reinvestment, and employment growth. Here is the project timeline. As you can see by the arrow, we are on step 5. Community vision, goals, and objectives. Finishing up step 5, we will have step 6, 7, and 8 left, and I'll get into these steps a little bit more as we continue. For step 1, project initiation, staff conducted the following outreach initiatives. We held a staff working group meeting for a kickoff, as well as the Citizens Advisory Committee and a technical advisory committee meeting for those kickoff in the step 1 of the project initiation, as well as an elected and appointed officials roundtable meeting on January 25th, which I hope you remember. For step 2, community engagement, staff conducted the following outreach initiatives. We held 4 community engagement workshops, 3 which were conducted in English. All of those were offered with translation to Spanish, and 2 were streamed live on Facebook as well. One of those community engagement workshops was held in Spanish. Additionally, we held a couple of pop-up engagement initiatives and 11 key person interviews. For the month of May, staff and the hired consultant for the comprehensive plan update, Housel Levine, are wrapping up step 4, existing conditions analysis. And issues and opportunities report has been provided and is being reviewed by the Citizens Advisory Committee and the Technical Advisory Committee, in addition to staff. Business workshops have been conducted. One was held in Spanish and one was held in English in order to receive feedback from the comprehensive plan from the business community. Feedback from the business community will be used in the plan update. The community survey and mapping tool is still available for an easy way to give input to the comprehensive plan. As of now, we have 126 survey responses for the community survey. Additionally, we've got 54 comments on map.social, which is a standing mapping tool that is available on the website as well. We have DIY or do-it-yourself workshop kits available for anyone to plan a workshop with other passionate citizens, friends, colleagues, or family to receive feedback on the future development of the city. Currently, we've got 6 kits distributed, and with the wrap up of the step 4 and step 3 of community engagement and existing conditions reports, we will be wrapping up the DIY workshop kits towards the end of the summer as we move on to actually looking at the plan. For the month of June, the comp plan update process is currently at step 5, community vision, goals, and objectives. Visioning workshops have been scheduled. A community-wide visioning workshop is scheduled for June 10th, 2021 at 6 p.m. That's this Thursday. The workshop will be held virtually, and a Zoom link to register has been posted to the project website and event postings on the city social media platforms as well. Just for everybody's information for City Council, this June 10th workshop has been posted in the news press so that it can, so that City Council members can join with no issue of Open Meetings Act. The joint City Council and Planning Commission Visioning Workshop will be held at your regularly scheduled hearing next Monday, June 14th, 2021. And will be held at the regularly scheduled 6 p.m. hearing. Moving on to visioning board displays, in order to kind of get some excitement around these visioning workshops, we have placed visioning display boards at the Civic Center, at Bison Ridge Recreation Center, Eagle Point Recreation Center, Paradise Island Pool. We actually did not post one at Frontera Community Park, but there is one at Veterans Memorial Park as well as Buffalo Run Clubhouse. And we posted these boards up after I got the council packet in. So there's just a few examples of these visioning display boards at Veterans Memorial, Bison Ridge, Eagle Point, and as well as Paradise Island Pool. These will remain up until the visioning workshops. Once we are finished with the visioning workshops, we will take those down. June updates continued. For the next step 6, we are looking at the sub-area plans. These are 3 areas that will be identified for the development of more detailed sub-area plans. Some areas of the city are more susceptible to development pressure and are more likely candidates for change, development, and investment in the near future. A sub area could look like a corridor or a gateway, in addition to the more traditional neighborhoods associated with the neighborhood plans. The sub area plans. In developing these sub areas, we're working with the Technical Advisory Committee, Citizens Advisory Committee, the staff working group, neighborhood map, as well as community feedback to develop the sub areas. Once those have been finalized, we will be holding a sub-area visioning charrette, which has not been scheduled yet, as we are not on that step yet. That was for the month of June. And so in order to create a really robust update, we want council and elected officials to be involved as much as possible. So I would like to offer some opportunities for the council to be involved. Again, the June 10th community-wide visioning workshop is this Thursday, and it is posted so that council can come to that, as well as the June 14th visioning workshop, which will be held as a joint city council and planning commission workshop next Monday. If you want to get more involved and maybe create an environment that is maybe less formal, a DIY workshop kit is really great for that. If you've got friends or neighbors who are really involved but aren't sure how, or maybe they're shy and they don't want to come to some maybe a public hearing and talk in front of a lot of people, a DIY workshop kit is really good for that because it can kind of create a more intimate environment for people to share their feedback. As always, the survey is available online, and that's an easy way to give feedback, is to complete the survey that's available online. As we are into this COVID age and the technology age, always sharing social media posts, advertising events is really helpful. It really helps our IT staff and our communication staff reach the most population that we can. Specifically, sharing the visioning workshop event on Facebook would help immensely to get the word out and to reach all of the people who maybe aren't following the city's page, but they're following your page as a council member. And additionally, staff is always looking for feedback, and if you could share any community visioning that you've heard from citizens or from the community with staff, or anything that you've heard on the street, just in terms of the community vision or what people would like to see, we will take that information, and that's always helpful. Even if it's an informal email, we will definitely synthesize that data into the comprehensive plan. So that's all I have for right now, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the council might have.
Are there any questions at this time for this presentation? Seeing none, would like to thank you, ma'am, for your time this evening and for the great work you're doing on the comprehensive plan.
Thank you.
And our last presentation of the evening is the 2022 work plan goals and targets. Would like to invite City Manager Roger Tinklenberg to introduce the topic, and Kathy Blakeman, Deputy City Manager, to make the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. So first of all, we wanted to check in with you to make sure that the wording of the goals are okay, that they meet your expectations. And then number two, take another look at the objectives. I did combine two of them into one because they were the same topic, just worded a little differently, aimed slightly different directions, but really were essentially the same. So I combined those two. These are for 2022, so please keep in mind that we don't want to pack 10 pounds of potatoes into a 5-pound sack, because this needs to be doable in 2022. There may be other aspirational targets that we want to take a look at, but for future years. So we would like to note those, but ask that they not be included this time around. Staff is looking at historic preservation and water resources and ARP, the American Rescue Plan. Do they warrant mention anywhere? So if we think they do, we'll bring that back to you at the next meeting. But our goal is to have these approved by you at the next meeting. So hopefully, we're getting close. That's what we want to check with you. So I'll turn it over to Kathy at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tinklenberg. Dylan, could you please pull up the PDF document? Thank you so much, sir. Really, it's not so much of a presentation as it is taking a look at what it is that is work that you all have already done up to this particular point in time, and pulling together the 2022 goal and targets that we're now calling objectives list. And so these are, again, per Roger's comment, if you like the way that the goals are worded, then we'll call that, good. If you've got some tweaks for that, of course, we would like to, take note of that. We will be bringing any changes that you bring up tonight back to you on the 21st for hopefully close to, if not our final version. So with that, we took all the information that we believe we heard from you at the last few meetings, and that's what we put down into the objectives. So you can see there under the promoting a balanced, thriving, inclusive city economy, so on and so forth. There is a list there that we believe that we have heard from you. And so each one of these has information. There's 2 pages to this. This is the first page here. And the second page has the last 3 of the goal areas that you all had worked on before. So with that, and again, as it pertains to some objectives that the staff might still need to add in, it would be things like the American Rescue Plan. After we hear from you all next week, a few of those items may actually rise to the level of impacting our work plan, in which case we may want to add a few of those in. Otherwise, we'll continue to do like we did with the CARES Act, which is do a monthly update for you as to what's going on with the American Recovery Plan. So it may not directly end up being its own line item anywhere within our work plan, but rather something that we report to you, just like we did with CARES Act. So with that, I'd like to just open it for discussion. If anyone sees anything on any of the 5 goals, either wording that they might want to change or objectives that they might want to reword or add, or whatever your feedback might be.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Kathy. The list looks great. I actually like the wording on everything here. I think it's very comprehensive and definitely speaks to our discussions as a council. One thing I've been thinking about for a couple of weeks, maybe longer really, is the fact that the city's growing, but the staff isn't necessarily growing relative to the population. And I'm wondering if we're starting to be understaffed because we're kind of operating as if we're still a small city. And so, we have all of these great aspirations, goals, targets, but is it realistic going forward for the staff that we have, the number of staff that we have, to really carry out what we're asking for in an effective way? And so I'm wondering if something to put on here to start talking about is how we kind of restructure and grow our city staff.
I'm going to let Roger take that one because it is a much, much bigger conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
So that's already going to be discussed in our budget discussions. The various departments have turned in requests for 34 new positions, which is a lot. And so we'll have that opportunity to have an in-depth discussion already as we get into budget discussions in August.
Absolutely. And also, as a follow-up to that, depending on what it is that we hear about, for example, the American Recovery Rescue Plan, as well as we continue to move forward with what Roger had just stated, as we take a look at that, under the American Rescue Plan, we may end up, and it's permissible, we'd have to also make sure that it's in alignment with you all. Again, conversation for next week, but as to whether or not we need some assistance in managing some of those particular projects so that they are not eating into the work plan any more than is probably appropriate. So that's a further conversation to come, but thank you very much for that.
Thank you, guys.
Go ahead, sir.
I think my question would be about the objectives. It actually would have been helpful in the future if you're going to change language to show us what the original language was. Thank you.
Yes,
Um,
thank you.
Yeah, and I would actually still like to know that. So if you can find a way to feed that to us, that would be good. When it comes to objectives, my experience with objectives is that they include numbers, that there are targets that you have to not just kind of do something, but actually have a number associated with it. Is there any thought to doing objectives that have numbers associated with them so we actually know what has been accomplished and what hasn't?
Yes, going forward, we're also taking a look at adding more specific metrics at the objective level. However, we have added this for 2021 as well as we will for 2022 KPIs, and those particular KPIs do have some metrics associated with those as well. And so they're directly underneath objectives and inform some of the language that we end up putting into our updates to you.
What is a KPI?
So it is something that will tell you specifically what it is that we're measuring and how we're actually meeting something individually across time, for example. It's a key performance indicator is what KPI stands
Okay.
for.
That's good.
Yeah.
Okay. Under the protect resident health, safety, and education, I don't understand what that means. Protect resident health, safety, and education. Because theoretically there would be something about education in the objectives. I don't know that that was the aim of this one necessarily. And it was certainly more to do with health and wellness, our issues regarding Suncor in the South, our potential issues regarding new extractive industries that might potentially be coming in this area in 2022. There's nothing in there about any of that. And it would be a good place for the water quality to go that Roger was talking about a little bit ago. This is the environmental bucket. And how is Commerce City going to thrive if there are any changes in our environment as well? And maybe Council Member Alan Thomas, who I know had interest in this one, also might have other things she wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Alan Thomas, did you want a caveat on that?
Trying to put my glasses on real quick. I kind of agree with the same lines as, Councilwoman Noble. Let's see. No, but right now, I'm gonna leave it like it is, but I do think it does need to be addressed in more detail.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from council to staff regarding the 2022 work planning goals? Councilmember Noble?
My apologies.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we will move on. Thank you very much, Ms. Blakeman and Mr. Tinklenberg for that presentation and update on the goals. Prior to moving on to the consent agenda, let's take a 7-minute recess and we will reconvene at 9 p.m. Okay, it's 9 o'clock. We'll reconvene the meeting. Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. They are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 5 items listed under the consent agenda. Does anyone on council wish to remove an item off the consent agenda for further discussion? Seeing no request to do so, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Councilmember Alan Thomas,
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Councilmember Grimes.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the city clerk please read the titles and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance Z-968-21, an ordinance rezoning from C3 Commercial to I2 Medium Intensity Industrial District. The property located at 7167 East 53rd Place, Commerce City, Colorado, as described in Exhibit A and amending the zoning map of the city of Commerce City, Colorado to reflect said rezoning. Ordinance Z-970-21, an ordinance rezoning from C2 General Commercial District to Public. The property located at 4761 East 69th Avenue, Commerce City, Colorado, as described in Exhibit A and amending the zoning map of the city of Commerce City, Colorado to reflect said rezoning. Ordinance 2328, an ordinance enacting a new section 2-1005 in Article 1 of Chapter 2 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, creating a process for handling third-party complaints alleging violations of campaign finance laws relating to municipal elections. Resolution 2021-42, resolution endorsing the Commerce City traffic calming policy. Resolution 2021-43, resolution appointing members to designated boards and commissions of Commerce City. Councilmember Madera.
Yes.
Councilmember Alan Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Noble,
Yes.
Councilmember Guardiola,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank, Mayor Huseman.
Yes.
Passes unanimously with one excused absence.
Thank you, sir. Next, we'll move on to resolutions. We have one resolution this evening. It is Resolution 2021-38 for the establishment of an Environmental Policy Advisory Committee. I'd like to invite Dominic Martinelli, Environmental Planner, to make the presentation.
All right, thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'll be going and giving this presentation on the formation of the Environmental Policy Advisory Committee. And we'll move on to the next slide. So Resolution 2021-38, which is in front of you tonight for consideration, would establish an Environmental Policy Advisory Committee, or EPAC for short, as identified in the Environmental Consulting Services scope of work. The purpose of this committee would to be providing key and critical input and direction early on in the process of development citywide environmental policy. So one of the major focuses of this work in this overall policy development would be convening citizen involvement, especially those populations that are most directly influenced and impacted by negative environmental impacts, and ensuring that those voices play a pivotal role in policy formation and the overall direction that the city takes. So the functions that this group would conduct would be providing recommendations to city staff, the Planning Commission and City Council on methods to improve community environmental quality outcomes in an equitable manner. Some potential areas that it may include, we ultimately have these as a list of initial templates and guidelines, and would want to explore further concepts that are raised by the public through these meetings. But at a very basic level, these all come from the scope and other ways that we know have a positive impact on these types of improvements. That includes looking at community energy efficiency and energy reduction, looking at GHG reduction at a community-wide and municipal level, so greenhouse gases, looking at water use and water quality within the community, assessing opportunities to improve brownfields within the community and utilize that for a number of opportunities, looking at overall land use policy and what sort of improvements can be made from an environmental standpoint and how we process new development in the community, looking at ways to improve air quality, health equity, as well as overall general sustainability. So the environmental justice and equity role, but also allow the committee to advise city council and staff on meeting methods and strategies for the city to engage communities on environmental issues specifically, help facilitate conversations with the community around topics of environmental justice and policy solutions to address them, and analyze any data and draft policies that are developed. So the meetings and duration, so we're still trying to evaluate this at this time, whether or not, given the progression of COVID and the vaccine rates, whether or not it makes sense to hold some of these meetings in person or conduct a portion of them virtually. There is a little bit of flexibility to do either. The EPAC, as outlined in the environmental consultant's scope of work, would meet for a maximum of 7 times and then would conclude following the final meeting or the last day of the year in 2022, whichever occurs first. So from a long-term perspective, this group is intentionally tasked with meeting 7 times and then making a series of recommendations and thinking from that point on what the overall direction looks like for the city. But in the future, there could be a more long-standing permanent committee, board, or commission that could be established following recommendations that come out of the EPAC, and then based on overall results, findings, and things of that nature. So the composition and structure as presented would be 11 participants and 3 alternatives. There would be a focus on ensuring that groups represent diverse economic groups, backgrounds, age groups, genders, nationalities, languages, and abilities. The membership criteria outlined in the resolution would require at least 1 representative from each ward, at least 1 member from a community nonprofit, no more than 2 owners of property that reside outside of the city, and a focus on a larger proportion of representation from core city residents. The recruitment, so the members will be recruited from the existing boards and commissions, as well as the general public, so long as they meet the criteria, which is essentially that city employees and council members, their immediate family members, and other elected officials are not eligible. The notification for this opportunity would be shared on the city's website. And we did talk a little bit about restructuring some of the organization of information on the website. We're going to be driving folks to the easy to remember URL of c3gov.com/environment, which will contain information on the committee as well as some of the background information on these efforts. There'll be some distribution via social media, via flyers and a recruitment video. And then all of these materials will be developed in both English and Spanish. And this application process is coordinated with the city clerk through the current process of the boards and committees or subcommittee. Community development staff can also assist in providing an assessment of application pool for the subcommittee's consideration based on some equity metrics that are being developed by Lotus and AMBG Consulting. So talking about timeline, if the resolution passes tonight, it could be advertised as early as tomorrow. That would give the city 3.5 weeks to recruit and advertise for the commission, with deadlines being on July 2nd for application submission. The Q2 board and commission subcommittee interviews would be scheduled for July 10th, and then the first meeting could potentially convene in the beginning of around mid-August. So the one question we have for council's consideration tonight in the formation of this committee is a 3.5 week recruitment period appropriate, or does the subcommittee desire to schedule an ad hoc interview date for the EPAC? So the pro would be more time for recruitment and a higher likelihood of meeting quorum and ensuring the composition meets some of the goals that were outlined in the resolution. The con would be additional delay of the group formation may impact the timeline outlined in the environmental consultant's scope of work. This is an important and critical component of the overall work, but it is necessary to kind of think about the duality of that. If there isn't a further extension by the subcommittee, staff recommends that it not be more than 2 or 3 weeks. So with that, that's all the information we have on the resolution. Staff is available to answer any questions that council has.
Thank you, Mr. Martinelli. I appreciate that. Does anybody on council have any questions concerning the presentation or the establishment of an environmental policy advisory committee? Does anybody on council have a preference on whether or not we go with the 3.5 week recruitment period or extending that out further? Councilmember Hurst.
I think it's kind of a mix on both comments, but I really like the goals. I just think one thing that we found when we're doing the interviews for all the boards and commissions is that we've done a lot of advertisement. It's hard to get the participation that we're all looking for. So I'm not saying give up by any means, but what do we do if we can't get those goals, can't attain those goals? Are we going to delay this until we do, or what's the move forward on this? Because I want to hit all those goals, but if we don't, how are we going to proceed?
Mr. Martinelli, do you have an answer to that one?
Yeah, so I do see that our city clerk, Dylan Gibson, is also on the line. So I think one of the things that could potentially be looked at is going for it upon approval of the resolution and seeing what sort of recruitment comes of this, and then potentially making a decision at that point based on the overall applications that are received by the city. That's just sort of my initial gut reaction, but I don't know, Dylan, if that works within the frameworks that you guys typically have for boards and committee advertising.
Sure, yeah, just thank you again, Dominic, for letting me speak, and council as well. Just for everybody's edification, typically our board and commission recruitment process is quarterly. However, the environmental committee, the nature and the work that Dominic and community development and the consultant are looking to do is a pretty high interest discussion area. So I'm not sure if we would experience as much recruitment issue given the truncated timeline. But council can always set up additional interview dates if we get, or if that subcommittee needs to extend interview timelines to that, following weekend or whatever that may be. We can, as from a staff level and a recruiting level, from advertising and helping you all conduct your interviews, right? Set up whatever needs to be done to make sure we hit those goals and what timeline council wants us to. So I'm not sure if that exactly answered the question, but I hope that information helps, right? We're, especially in the city clerk's office, and I know Dominic and Mr. Rogers are as well, right? Whatever we need to do to help council get good applicants and get people on this committee to get the important work that they're going to do started as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Martinelli. Mr. Gibson, Councilmember Wadiola.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I would actually want to extend it. Recruiting is hard for any boards and commission, and this is a hot topic, but I think we need to do what's needed. And given it's summer times for some of our residents, and I think just that extra time will help. I don't know how that affects the scope of work. I know it will have an impact to that, but I think again, let's do it right. Let's give enough time. Dylan and his staff is amazing with the boards and commission subcommittee. I mean, we've had meetings on Mondays, Tuesdays, and they're super flexible. They do a great job, but I just think we got to give our residents enough time about what this is about. And I would just want it to extend it, to be honest. I think 3.5 weeks is too short of a time.
Councilmember Noble.
I'm wondering about a possibility that we haven't ever discussed, which is council appointments to a board or a committee. That is done in other communities and under other circumstances. Is there a reason? Can somebody give me some history as to why we don't ever consider council appointments to these? So, and it kind of worked out that way because it was four wards, and it could be, and then the 4 at large and the mayor, and now you're at 9, and then 2 others, I guess, in order to equal the 11. It's a thought.
So what we have found in the past, at least, is that when there's a council member or 2 on a committee, that the committee members basically, whenever there's an issue.
Let me interrupt. Can I interrupt? I didn't mean that. I didn't mean a council member being on the committee. I meant council member appointing one person. Like I would appoint, someone to be on the committee and they would be on the committee. Councilmember Smith would appoint someone to be on the committee. And each of us would have appointees on the committee and do it in a different fashion this time.
I believe
I
Mr.
can answer.
Sheasley, yeah, Robert. can
So
answer.
thank you, council member. It's a good question. I do know the council policies obviously provide that. I don't know historically why it's been that way. The city charter, though, in the creation of boards and commissions refers to council making the appointments and council removing members. And so I believe the charter likely vests that as in the council as a whole.
I don't understand, Robert, sorry.
So the council doesn't provide for individual council appointments or individual council actions on many things. In section 11.1 of the city charter, which governs the creation of boards and commissions, the charter says that the boards and commissions shall be appointed by the council. And that means the council acting as a whole, most likely. I've not looked at the question in detail, but it likely would mean that the charter would not allow individual appointments from council.
Well, it isn't a board or a commission, so maybe there would be some latitude. I just thought it would be helpful.
I'm sorry, I was under the impression, this is a commission.
7 meetings?
Indeed, yes.
I didn't hear it described as a commission. I heard it described as a commission. Should it continue at a later date after December or something?
Perhaps I have the title wrong. It's a committee. I apologize. Yeah. And so otherwise, then that would relate to however council policies provide for it, though I have not analyzed that question. We couldn't.
So my question, Mr. Sheasley, if the council wanted to pursue the course of action that Councilmember Noble has suggested, then a vote by the council to appoint whoever the 9 or 11 members are as a whole would still fulfill the requirements of the city charter, wouldn't it? I mean, right now, the way I see it is we have a boards and commissions who goes through an interview process, and then it still comes before the council, usually on consent agenda. As a matter of fact, we voted on one this evening on consent agenda. So I wouldn't see how you couldn't combine the two processes to allow for each council member to appoint one person to represent this committee, and then just those 9 or 11 bodies be combined into a resolution for appointing and voted on as a whole by the council.
That's correct. If that was the way council created policies to appoint those, then that's the way it could be done. And everybody would still vote individually on that, and some things could be changed. And so basically a council member could nominate somebody and it would skip the boards and commissions process. But that's the process that we've set up now for council to have a subcommittee that solicits applications from the general public and then refer those to the council for appointment. But yes, that process could be changed.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I do think this is an excellent advisory committee, and I'm glad it's being created. And I was just going to add, if more time, more time if it's needed, if we do go that route. I think it would give an opportunity for more individuals and residents and constituents in Commerce City to get involved instead of the same ones that are on all the boards. So, letting more people get involved, I think giving it more time instead of rushing it through would help also. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Alan Thomas. One of the things that I do want to just kind of follow up on that with is as it pertains to this question of extending the timeline, one of the things that we were really looking at was, and given the amount of work that was put into like thinking about these concepts and getting this in front of you tonight, ultimately didn't end up with us being able to get this earlier. But one of the things that we'd really look for is the fact that we put out the monthly Commerce City Connected and having some sort of information within that document that's delivered to every household in the city. That's an incredibly effective way to message and get information out about processes. So that's one of the things that we were potentially looking to utilize with this extension, was having this in the Commerce City Connected and giving folks a little bit of time to put together an application based on receiving the information that way, especially for folks that do not have ready access to technology and things of that nature. Those are some of the groups that we're really looking to hear from with this committee. So, and from staff's recommendation, if any extension probably shouldn't be more than 2 to 3 weeks, and that should be enough to really capture what we're intending to capture with this.
Mr. Sheasley.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify earlier, the distinction between committee and commission under the charter, I believe, is one without a difference for purposes of council's ability to create bodies, whether we call it a task force or a focus group. They operate in the same way. And so that's what we look to as section 11.1 of the charter, to create these external bodies appointed by the council, or internal bodies, but still appointed by the council. And so I just wanted to make sure that was clear going forward. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to be able to add on to both the Dominic's points, and I think, quite frankly, just to be able to share with you all, I know as our staff, as our team, I'll say interest and I'll say motivation to get this right. Obviously, we want to be able to build authentic engagement, meaningful engagement with who is going to be the representative body from the general public, working with us here at the city about, quite frankly, very paradigm shifting approach to how we look at the environment and how we look at health in the broad spectrum of it. So I would say, as we think about expansion, that we are wholly supportive of that. We want, like I said, we want to get it right, and we want to get it right for our community. So.
Thanks, sir. Councilmember Wadiola.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we need to just keep it like the process we've had for every other commission, board, or committee. When we did the oil and gas, it went through the same process with the boards and commission subcommittee. And I think this is no different. I think if we start deviating from the process for a different committee, it just makes things more complicated. I think if we have a process, to Dominic's point, I think if you're putting in the Commerce City Connect, it has to be the front headliner, first page, so people see it. I think that's a great idea, but I think, again, I think we need to keep the processes that we have and that we've used in the past for hot topic committees before, and they've worked well. So I would like to extend it and keep the same process.
Mr. Sheasley.
I apologize.
Okay, any other discussion regarding this resolution? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2021-38, establishing the Environmental Policy Advisory Committee. Councilmember Noble.
I can make the motion, but I had a question. Given that this is supposed to go through December, does it matter that it overlaps with an election? Timing wise?
No, the boards and commissions the terms are stated separately and don't coincide with council's terms.
Okay, so you can actually do both then. You could do both. You could be elected to office and serve on the commission, complete your service on the commission.
I understand your question. Then I thought you were talking about something else. If you are sworn in as a council member and you are serving on this commission, you would no longer be eligible and you would have to resign from the commission, much like with being on the planning commission.
I move to create this committee using the terms as described, and that's all.
Councilmember Wadiola.
I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2021-38 for the establishment of the Environmental Policy Advisory Committee. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the city clerk please read the title?
Resolution 2021-38, resolution establishing Environmental Policy Advisory Committee.
Thank you, sir. We'll do a voice vote. Please give me a thumbs up in the window if you approve. And that is going to pass 8-0 with one abstention, or excuse me, one absence. And next we'll move on to ordinances on first reading. The first one is ordinance 2333, limited use of certain fireworks in Commerce City. Would like to invite Robert Sheasley, city attorney, to introduce the item.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. This ordinance is brought up per Council's request at the special meeting a few weeks ago in advance of the July 4th holiday. Dylan, would you please, or Jordan, could you share the presentation? So as that's coming up, ordinance 2333 makes a change to the International Fire Code as adopted by and amended by Commerce City. That's where the current prohibition on various actions relating to fireworks exists in Commerce City. Excuse me. And so the proposed ordinance tonight will make changes to that are a little bit broader than allowing it on the limited days to make a more reasonable regulation in the city. Next slide, please. And so essentially what we are doing through this ordinance is to allow the outdoor use of what is known as permissible fireworks under state law. So we're mirroring state law in what is allowed and no more than that. On limited days as requested by council, July 3rd and 4th and December 31 until 11 p.m. I included a 10 a.m. starting date. Consistent with state law as well, if you're under 16, you can use these, but they still require direct adult supervision. Another change that is made to the ordinance to make it more clear and to be consistent with the commenter who spoke this evening was to expand the ability to sell, store, possess, and handle those limited class of permissible fireworks and what are known as non-fireworks under state law on all days of the year. That's beneficial both to avoid somebody inadvertently running afoul of the law on July 2nd, having the fireworks, and then allows the city possibly to collect tax revenue from the sale of fireworks. There's obviously permitting that goes along with the sale of fireworks that would not allow everybody to sell it without that appropriate license. Make it very clear, there's no change to other illegal fireworks. We cannot make legal in Commerce City what is illegal under state law, and we'll get into what that is. The way this is written is that it would come up for a second reading at your next meeting on June 21st, and would be effective on that final passage. That would make it effective for this July 4th holiday. Next slide, please. And so what are permissible fireworks under state law? It's these, and anything that's not on this list is not a permissible firework unless you are a licensed user, permitted user for fireworks displays and that sort of thing. So I won't get into the details here, but you have small things essentially with limits on the pyrotechnic content of an individual component or of an entire unit of a firework. So you're looking at cylindrical fountains, cone fountains, these things that shower sparks in the air up to 15 feet. Spinning wheels, things that spin on the ground. I'm not quite sure what illuminating torches and colored fire are, but sparklers, small noisemakers, snakes, those little pressed pellets that expand, and then multiple tubes mounted on a common fixed base that shower sparks no more than 15 feet off the ground. So there are limits on how these are used. These are the definitions provided state law. We're incorporating that here to make sure there's no confusion that on these days you can use in Commerce City what is lawful around the state. Next slide, please. Anything that is not in that list is illegal. That means if it goes in the air, if it explodes, they're illegal under Colorado law. They remain illegal in Commerce City. Everybody knows what these are. You see them and you hear them. There will be no change in the law here. Another thing that is not changed is the use of fireworks in city parks and open spaces. That's a separate part of the code. We're not modifying that in this ordinance. Next slide, please. Again, the the ordinance is limited. We're not modifying the fine structure that was imposed a few years ago, where there's a $500 minimum penalty for first offenses and a $1,000 minimum penalty for subsequent offenses. It's a misdemeanor to violate the fire code, and so there is a potential for imprisonment, although I think that is an unlikely consequence in most cases. Council asked about comparison to other communities. I will say that very few other than Thornton, I believe, have minimums. They're listed in the council communication. The minimum in Thornton matches ours, I believe. Other cities have the potential for a fine that ranges up to $2,600, I believe. Some range up to $1,000. So we are not completely out of line with what other cities do, except for the fact that ours is a minimum in the city, and we're not alone in that. The state penalty for illegal fireworks is similar. There's a lower minimum of $50, but that could range in the judge's discretion in sentencing up to $2,600 or $3,000, wherever the base for misdemeanors is at this point. And so that's the end of the presentation. I'm happy to walk through any parts of the ordinance specifically. The packet included amendments related to both fines and then the dates of use. I know the speaker tonight talked about changing the dates of use to allow sale, to allow businesses to stand up in the city. The ordinance as written would allow the sale at any time of the year. Obviously, there are permits, as I mentioned, and so that wouldn't need to be changed in this ordinance to allow people to sell fireworks in the city. Thank you.
Does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Sheasley? Councilmember Hurst.
Thank you. I'm pretty sure I read and heard you right. I just want to make sure that we say this out loud one more time. If I decided to start a legal firecracker, or that's not the right word, a legal sale, I could do so as long as I took the appropriate actions of getting the permits.
Yes.
And
Both
it's
city and state permits for the sale of fireworks. Yes. I'd advise you consult with an attorney.
Well, it won't be me. I would never. So I appreciate that, because I think there was, even when I was reading, I was confused a bit and wanted to make sure that I heard you right, but you answered my question right at the end. I just want to confirm.
Thank you. And I do want to note also, we did reach out to both fire districts. South Adams Fire did not have any negative comments to report back. They wanted to make sure that they were not going to be obligated to seize and store fireworks and put a burden on their services, and I confirm that to them.
Any other questions for Mr. Sheasley? Seeing none, I do have one question, kind of highlights back to this idea. If you wanted to erect a fireworks stand within the city, what would be the timeline for securing proper permits and ability to do so?
I am not aware of that under state law and what's needed through, I assume, the Department of Revenue. I assume you'd also need a business license in the city to obtain that. We don't have a separate fireworks license, I assume, but you would need to follow the state laws to get permits to sell that.
Okay. Anybody on Mr. Tinklenberg's side that can provide some kind of input as far as how long of a process it would take to be able to get approval?
Mayor Huseman, if they're requiring a business license, which they probably would if they're making sales in Commerce City, we're currently running around 3 to 4 weeks for business licensing processing. We've got a lot of applications, which is great. It's just the volume is hard to handle right now with COVID and staffing levels, but it's about 3 to 4 weeks typically from application to issuance.
Okay, thank you. And
Mayor, I just Googled it. I'm sorry, the Department of Public Safety for the state notes that applications for retailers for fireworks have to be submitted at least 30 days before the start of the activities. So I assume they probably have about a 30-day turnaround, somewhere within that.
Okay. So this ordinance being effective June 21st, if it's approved on second reading, would still not permit the sale of fireworks this year prior to 4th of July.
That's likely correct, unless there's something in the state law where the location doesn't have to be separately approved. If you have a license in that exists already, and I don't know the answer, a retailer that maybe they'd be able to amend their existing license on a faster basis.
Okay. Given that, and given the trying to increase the opportunity for this to be effective for this coming 4th of July, I would actually like to ask that we pass this ordinance as an emergency ordinance this evening that would make it effective this evening, so that businesses that did want to set up would at least have a running chance in order to try to get proper permits and business licenses, both through the city as well as through the state to do that. Any discussion on that, Councilmember Hurst?
I'd second that.
I didn't make a motion, but thank you. But appreciate that.
I agree with that.
Thank you.
Better said, sorry.
Thank you. Councilmember Grimes.
Yeah, along the same line, I know, Dylan, we've got, it sounds like a 3 to 4 week turnaround, or a couple weeks and on our end, but I believe, isn't there a process by which we can expedite certain permits or requests? That might be through the planning department. Correct me if I'm wrong, but is there a way we could do that under an emergency ordinance, since this is kind of aimed at helping out with businesses this year for 4th of July?
That's an
I don't
interesting
believe,
question.
yeah, I don't believe that we could affect the timeline of staff work and the ability to review unless we were to revoke the requirements of licenses and land use approvals and all those sorts of things. They're going to have to go through and make sure that the sale is appropriate for the location that they're going to sell on, and get approvals for any temporary structures people put up if they're not operating from a fixed location, all those sorts of things.
Correct. Typically, our business licenses take the longest amount of time through no fault of their own, right? But through planning and zoning, right? Just to make structures are safe for both the employees and people coming into those structures, however those look like, and making sure that the location is in the proper zoning. And then once it goes to sales tax and then through our office for final issuance, it's a pretty quick turnaround time.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Wadiola?
Thank you. Yeah, I wouldn't be supportive of an emergency ordinance. I think the intent is great. I think we need it, but what about rushing for other folks that have been waiting or in line? So I think this ordinance is good for this year. I think it's progress. Next year we're going to have stands, which is awesome, but to expedite just because of this, and I just think it needs to be fair for everybody. And listening to the city clerk, how would that be fair? Would you have to put things on hold for other business licenses and to move these ones up? Or how would it be a fair process if we do pass the emergency ordinance?
Councilmember Hurst.
Councilman Gordiola, I don't think I was commenting on the licensing portion. I just wanted to get the ordinance in play, like today, tonight, or tomorrow, because if we wait 2 more weeks, then we don't have a window to make an opportunistic this year. If a business already has a Commerce City business license today, and they don't have to make amendments to it, but when they already have a Colorado license to sell this type of product, the emergency ordinance would allow that to happen this year. If you're right, though, if they didn't have all that already done, or if they couldn't meet the regular standards for the business license turnaround time, then they wouldn't be qualified this year. They'd have to start lining themselves up for next year, or make some changes. But from an ordinance standpoint, I just think getting it done right now in an emergency standpoint would help that process along, and just not force us to read it on second reading in 2 weeks from now and delay that. But I wasn't suggesting that city clerk's office expedites business turnaround or business license turnarounds.
Any other questions, comments, discussion? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion in a second. Councilmember Grimes.
I was hitting the wrong button. I'm trying to raise my hand. I just pulled up the application for retail firework licensure for the state. They expire annually, so anyone who doesn't already have one would have to reapply anyhow. So I don't know if that helps anybody clarification as far as timing for this year.
Thank you. And looking for a motion in a second. Councilmember Hurst. You're on mute.
Motion to approve this ordinance as an emergency ordinance tonight.
I have a motion to approve ordinance 2333 for limited use of certain fireworks in Commerce City as an emergency ordinance. Councilmember Noble.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 2333 for limited use of certain fireworks in Commerce City as an emergency ordinance this evening. Is there any discussion?
Mayor Huseman, may I suggest that that motion include an amendment to section 1 to relate language required by section 5.4 of the charter? And to clarify, that would be to make sure that it declares the ordinance to be an emergency ordinance and that it is found to be immediately necessary. We'll make those changes if approved.
Councilmember Hurst.
I think it's a great amendment. Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Noble.
Accepted.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second as amended to approve ordinance 2333 for limited use of certain fireworks in Commerce City as an emergency ordinance. Councilmember Noble, did you have discussion?
No, sir.
Seeing no request for discussion, will the city clerk please read the title and take roll?
Mayor, I apologize. Normally, and it's because the ordinance is very specific on a few things in an emergency ordinance when we change. Section 4 would also make it effective immediately on, we'd modify section 4 to make it effective immediately on passage, not on second and final reading.
Thank you. Councilmember Hurst.
Accepted.
Councilmember Noble.
Also accepted.
Thank you. Have a motion and a second as amended to approve ordinance 2333 for limited use of certain fireworks in Commerce City as an emergency ordinance. Will the city clerk please read the title? Excuse me, Councilmember Grimes, you got a comment?
I do. I'm generally supportive of this motion. I have some hesitancies because of how, and I recognize that these limited fireworks should not make noise, should not fly, should not be disruptive, but I want to make sure that we're mindful of the fact that we have veterans living in our community with PTSD who struggle with fireworks every year. Some don't, some do. It bothers pets, it bothers some people that are not veterans. So I just want to make sure that we're recognizing that we're about to vote on something that can affect our community if people don't follow it to the letter of the law that we're talking about here. And we know every year people use the fireworks that are illegal anyway. They're always going off. So I'm worried that, you give an inch and people will take a mile. And so I would just ask that if this passes, that, our residents be really mindful of what the law actually says and abide by that, so that we're respectful of others in our community who maybe would not appreciate fireworks. So thank you.
Councilmember Wadiola.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and again, I think Robert just making it very clear which ones are legal. I think that would help that process. We know people are going to have illegal fireworks. It's happened forever here. But I think just promoting and the education piece of the ones that are legal to get that going. So thank you.
I would clarify that connected does indicate the existing law in this past month. That can be updated before the 4th of July. And so while I don't control communications for the city, it's my understanding that everybody's ready to make that communication.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be ready this year, but I did like the gentleman's comment about companies that do sell these legal products. They have education programs that they share with the communities that they operate in. Again, it seems like it'd be readily available. If it is, if we could put that on social media, that would be fantastic. If it's not, that might be something we prep for 2022. Appreciate it.
And I do know that the company for which the gentleman that spoke this evening works is actually doing a major ad buy on 9 News to educate people on what is legal in Colorado versus what is illegal. The reality is, if we don't take action on this ordinance tonight, there is likely still going to be illegal fireworks in the city. Hopefully, by taking this action, people will, instead of running to the Wyoming border to purchase their illegal fireworks and bringing them back, will just go to the local stands and purchase what is legal and use those and be happy and content with what is done, and will actually minimize the amount of illegal fireworks that we're seeing launched over the skies. Councilmember Noble.
Is 11 p.m. too early on December 31st? People would
That would probably
typically do that at midnight.
Right, I think that would probably depend on, if you ask 10 people, you'd probably get 5 different answers.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what, if you would like to make, we didn't do an option for amendments. We have motion in a second. Do we have the ability to do amendments now?
You could, it gets a little complicated. I would suggest that following the July 4th holiday, maybe there may be an opportunity to revisit this to see how it goes and see what comments you get back. And then you may want to look at having this not be limited to those days, but maybe have expanded times for other days, to the extent that people use sparklers for a number of things. And so just a suggestion on that.
Okay. Are you okay with that, Councilmember Noble? Great, thank you. Okay, we have a motion in a second. We've gone through discussion. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, will the city clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2333, an ordinance amending section 5-41001 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to amend the fire code of the city of Commerce City. The 2018 International Fire Code is adopted and amended to allow the limited use of certain fireworks in Commerce City. Councilmember, as amended and as emergency.
I would just note it would be titled an emergency ordinance. Thank you.
Correct, yeah. Thank you for catching that, Mr. Sheasley. Councilmember Madera,
Yes.
Councilmember Alan Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Noble,
Yes.
Councilmember Guardiola,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank, Mayor Huseman.
Yes.
Passes unanimously with 1 excused absence.
Thank you very much. And we'll move on to ordinance 2331, recognition of the Colorado Department of Transportation grant funds. Does anyone on council have any questions for staff regarding this ordinance? Mr. Sheasley?
You can find me. I apologize.
Seeing no request for discussion or questions, I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2331. Councilmember Grimes,
So moved.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2331. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the city clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2331, an ordinance amending the 2021 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Colorado Department of Transportation CDOT grant for funds for $500,000 for the design and construction of the 112th Avenue Bridge over the Fulton Ditch and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Councilmember Madera,
Yes.
Councilmember Alan Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Noble,
Yes.
Councilmember Guardiola,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank, Mayor Huseman.
Yes.
Passes unanimously with 1 excused absence.
Thank you, sir. Next up is ordinance 2334, recognition of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Community Development Block Grant Funds. Does anyone on council have any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2334. Councilmember Grimes,
So moved.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2334. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2334, an ordinance amending the 2021 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Community Development Block Grant Funds in the amount of $431,414 and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Councilmember Madera,
Yes.
Councilmember Alan Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Noble,
Yes.
Councilmember Guardiola,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank, Mayor Huseman,
Yes.
passes unanimously with one excused absence.
Thank you. Next, we have administrative council business. Per council policy, except for emergency or unforeseen items, council members are encouraged to submit administrative business items by the Tuesday before the meeting with another council member's endorsement. This week, 2 items were submitted by myself and 2 items were submitted by Councilmember Noble. Start with the first one, which is Metro Districts in Commerce City. Would like to invite Councilmember Noble to make a motion regarding scheduling a study session regarding metropolitan districts in Commerce City.
Thank you. I would like to request a study session on metro districts in Commerce City, the costs and benefits and best practices in service agreements. And Fort Collins recently revised its metro district rules, which I would hope would be part of the discussion as well, because it does a comprehensive benefit analysis as well. So my motion is to hold a study session on best practices in metro districts and service agreements and financing.
I have a motion requesting a study session for discussion of metro districts. Councilmember Guardiola.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. Please give me a thumbs up in the window if you're voting yes. And that is going to pass unanimously. Thank you very much. And next we have a Water Quality Control Commission anti-degradation rollback proposal, also by Councilmember Noble. I'd like to invite Councilmember Noble to make a motion regarding this item.
Thank you very much. On June 14th, the Water Quality Control Commission will consider a proposal to roll back the anti-degradation rule. The rule adds an environmental process to review any human-caused pollutants that would lower existing water quality. As it stands, the WQCC last year denied Colorado Parks and Wildlife request to upgrade the section of South Platte River flowing through Commerce City. Metro Water Reclamation and Suncor have discharge permits for that section of the river. So I request approval. The motion is to request approval to send a city representative to testify on behalf of the city, to request the commission revisit its June 2020 decision not to apply the anti-degradation review rule in the South Platte River in Commerce City, and to oppose any rollback of the anti-degradation rule, and for the city to submit a letter to the Water Quality Control Commission.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
I second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to have the city submit a letter opposing the anti-degradation rollback proposal. And you also had in there testifying?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any discussion on that item? Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I guess I would be interested to learn more about this before I agree to send staff to testify about it. Is it possible, depending on the outcome of the motion, to schedule time to learn more about this from our staff?
Councilmember Noble.
The information regarding this is attached in our agenda this evening, but if the staff would like to speak more to it, that would be perfectly fine as well. Because the meeting is on June 14th, which is next Monday, or Tuesday, we don't, you know, we're kind of slammed. You have to get this stuff in and get on the docket in order to be called as a witness to testify.
Yeah, understood. The only thing I see is the paragraph, the summary that you just read for us. I didn't see other information about it. That's why I was asking if we could get more information.
I'm sorry, I thought more was included.
Mr. Tinklenberg?
If I could jump in here, you all know that Deputy City Manager Jason Rogers is a member of the commission. That places him in an awkward position vis-a-vis the city council taking a position. He cannot take part in ex parte communication regarding it. So I would encourage council, if you do wish to testify, it would be better if that testimony came from one of you, one of the elected officials. And then also, you know, we can obtain additional information. I believe Mr. Sheasley has done a little research, and I don't know if he's prepared to share any of that with you, but for that reason, I cannot ask Mr. Rogers to educate us regarding the issue.
I would just be happy to note that I'm not competent to understand or give an opinion on the anti-degradation rules. I know the positions of various parties as they've made it. I know many utility providers in the region may support or oppose the position proposed to be taken by council here. What I do know is it's a complex issue. I do understand that there are components of it that relate to waters across the state, and then some in future rulemakings about a portion of the plat in Commerce City. We are not a party to any proceeding right now, so any person can testify and sign up for comment there. So I would echo Mr. Tinklenberg's comments about relaying the position of the city and the city council might be best coming from a council member in that regard.
This is very critical to Commerce City, and the exact area that they exempted last year was in Commerce City. So it does seem to be something critical that we need to look at. I did forward the information from Conservation Colorado after they contacted me about this. So I'm sorry that Councilmember Grimes doesn't have it. But if we could have a letter prepared and comments prepared, as we have done before, based upon the information. If we say that we don't think that companies should be able to, that you shouldn't lower the standards for water. So degradation, right? Degradation versus anti-degradation. So you don't want to be able to lower the standards for the water quality in Sand Creek or in South Platte River or in other rivers. And that's what they're talking about here.
Councilmember Grimes?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Noble, do you know specifically why that portion in Commerce City was exempted?
They voted against it last year, and even the attorney for the Water Quality Control Commission said that it was a bad decision. But I can't tell you because I wasn't present. But I do have more information. If you give me a minute, maybe I will have it for you.
Yeah, that's the kind of information I'd like to know before making a decision about testifying. Maybe there was a specific reason to exempt a portion.
Can I ask, Mr. Mayor, that we table this motion temporarily and move to your motions and return to this one as soon as I have the information that I can provide?
I have no issue with that as long as Mr. Sheasley says we can do that, or do we have to have a vote to table?
I don't have a second.
There's
I
the
can
motion.
withdraw my motion.
Sure, that works. your motion's been withdrawn, Mayor, and you could revisit it at the end of the council business.
Great. So we will move on to additional administrative council business. First up is Reunion Elementary School Third Annual Yeti Classic Golf Tournament sponsorship request. I was contacted by an individual from the school who asked if the city would be willing to sponsor the golf tournament, which will take place towards the end of August, I think. In full disclosure, my child is a student at Reunion Elementary School. I will recuse myself from voting on this and am looking for a motion and a second on this item. Councilmember Noble.
No comment. I'm looking.
Okay, Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. Happy to make a motion to sponsor the Yeti Classic Golf Tournament in support of Reunion Elementary.
Thank you. Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve the sponsorship request for the third annual Yeti Classic Golf Tournament. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, as I said, I will be recusing myself given the fact that my daughter is a student at that school. Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I just had a question. What amount is the sponsorship for?
The request was for $2,750. $2,500 would make us a presenting sponsor as well as sponsor one hole. And the presenting sponsor will get a couple different items. I don't know if that's in your packet or not, as well as a foursome is allowed to participate in the tournament.
Yeah, my only concern, I guess, is we have a lot of elementary schools in the city, and seems like a pretty, high ask that I don't know if we sponsor any individual elementary schools or even middle schools or high schools in that amount. So I just don't want it to seem like we're giving preferential treatment to one school when there's, dozens in the city.
Councilmember Hurst.
My daughter is also in school at Reunion Elementary, but I would say that in the 2 years I've been on council, we've never refused any request to help any education system within our city limits, and I'm very confident that I would vote the same way in any situation for any school in our city. And so I'm kind of on the fence about recusing myself for this one, because I think educational opportunities for us to help our school districts, whether it's individual schools or the districts as a whole, is something that we've all been supportive of at every opportunity we've had. And so I support this moving forward. And I also would continue to encourage, parent-teacher associations, those types of organizations to continue to find ways to do additional fundraising, and would be happy to participate and help if that opportunity arises.
Councilmember Wadiola.
Could we do a whole sponsor for $250? What if 3 elementary schools come to us for $2,500? Our budget is $4,200. I think, then we're out of money. And what if elementary and middle school has something in the spring? I think, again, given to any school is important. The amount, I think if we could do, looking at their, whole sponsor for $250, we're still helping them out. I'm just afraid, same thing as what Councilman Madera said. What if every elementary school comes to us for $2,500? Are we really going to give that much? I don't think we can. I think we have to find a good compromise, and I think us sponsoring a hole at their golf tournament is something that I'm willing to do.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Mr. Hurst, Councilmember Hurst. Any school that came forward, I would certainly, and requested something, I would certainly agree to sponsor something like this. And I would go so far as to say, I would even motion to allocate additional funds if our budget had run out. I think it's important to support our schools, all of them, and happy to make those motions as they come forward. So I would still continue to support this motion.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I would be willing to support it as a lesser sponsor, even like as a lunch sponsor or platinum sponsor. I just think, at the level that being a presenting sponsor seems a little high, because like I said before, it's one elementary school out of dozens, and our budget for the entire year for these types of sponsorships is $10,000. So that's a quarter of our annual budget in one sponsorship. And it just seems like usually we do a better job of allocating it to the districts as a whole and letting them allocate these amounts, as opposed to just a single school. And especially it's something at this level.
Councilmember Wadiola.
Thank you. I would definitely do 1,000 also. And also, some of our schools don't have a PTO, so they're not as organized as this elementary, and they're still hurting for money, and it's not their fault. Different demographics that every elementary has. So a lot of our other elementaries don't have PTOs, and they still need funding. And like Oscar says, it goes through the foundation usually, how they get that funding. But I definitely would support a platinum sponsor of $1,000 for this occasion.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I think whatever we decide to do, I could live with, but I think in the future, $10,000 to support the schools is probably not enough. I think I'd be good with allocating $2,500 to every school in our city for additional support like this. That's not a lot of money, and we waste $35,000 on stuff all the time. Maybe not waste. That's the wrong word to say. But we allocate $35,000 to other uses on a very frequent basis, sometimes 10 times more than that. And so, again, I will honor whatever the council comes up with, but I think moving forward, asking to support each school with $2,500 additional dollars a year does not seem unreasonable.
Councilmember Grimes.
Councilmember Hurst took the words almost exactly out of my mouth. I was going to suggest that any school that doesn't come forward to request a sponsorship by the end of the year, say that we just automatically allocate the same amount to each of those schools within our city boundaries.
Councilmember Wadiola.
Thank you. I think that's awesome. With that, just for Adams 14, 2 high schools, 2 middle schools, 8 elementaries. Are we willing to really give $2,500 to every school?
I am, for sure. I think it's well spent money. I would support every one of those allocations.
Sounds good.
Councilmember Hurst.
I was slow on my math because I was counting how many schools. I know that Adams 14 has 13 schools in our city, but just trying to count the 27J. But even if we got to 20, I mean, that's still under 50 grand. That's a lot of money, don't get me wrong, but a lot of money for our schools. That's 2,500. Councilman Guardiola can tell us probably better than anybody else. 2,500 doesn't go very far in a school system.
Councilmember Wadiola.
Could we do a motion after this motion, Robert, to do that? That way we're in action with it, because I think it's only fair. And then have staff reach out to every school in our city to say, hey, city council passed an ordinance or a resolution that we're giving $2,500 to every school.
You could, I do not know the funds available or the source of the funds. Roger would likely have to weigh in on that to see if the funds are available for that.
yes, funds are available. The only caution I would give you is that it, or next year, is it, 50 grand each school? The purpose of city government is to provide services to the citizens. The purpose of a school district is to educate children. So I'm a little concerned that you're straying outside of the purpose of city government, but it's a policy decision for council to make.
Councilmember Guardiola.
I mean, I think it hits one of our goals that we discussed today. And 2,500 is, I think it's not a lot, but it will give some schools some new stuff that they need, especially going back to in-person learning and taken away from remote. So I think it hits the goal of the education piece that we discussed earlier. And that's just a small little act of kindness, I would say. Those folks are going to be they're our residents, they're our constituents. So that's what I would kind of say. But definitely, Roger, I hear it. I think we got to be cautious of how much we give.
Councilmember Madera.
I also want to remind people that this is why we have the foundation, the QCF, is to take the politics out of these types of grants and these types of things, and kind of have an arm's length transaction for supporting our nonprofits and our schools, and things that fall outside of city government. And so usually when we support types of things, we'll get a foursome or something like that. And so I'd be more comfortable doing something at that level rather than because you do run the risk of going on a slippery slope. You give 2,500 to each school this year, then next year they're going to be expecting something, or they'll be coming back, and I just I don't like the precedence that this sets, and it just makes me a little uneasy. So I think I'll be not supportive.
Mr. Tinklenberg.
The question I would ask and what I would recommend is if you have your heart set on doing this, then do you want it targeted for a specific purpose? And I would recommend that you do that so that it goes to achieve what you want to achieve.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I think this goes to a bigger conversation because I agree with Roger right there. It should have an intended purpose. They should have a stated purpose as to where the money goes. And I think you can find that in this request. And I'm sure every school could come up with how they would spend that type of money. But I find it concerning that everybody's worried about giving money to schools when we looked at the list of who we donate to for organizations around the city, and we didn't even know what they did or what services they provide and what percentage of services that went to Commerce City residents. And we continued to just give them money. I mean, there was no application process. There was no renewal request. It was every year we're allocating this much, not throwing anybody under the bus or saying, I mean, we brought that up, it's being fixed. But to me, how do we all of a sudden grow a conscience in this area when we didn't for quite some time?
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm still backing my the second motion, but I question for Robert, could we make an amendment to the motion with a stipulation?
You have to forgive me. I've forgotten what motion we are currently on then. The motion that's currently pending is to approve the grant, the sponsorship of the Yeti tournament. Dylan, is that correct? And so
That's
unless
what I
it's
have,
being
yes.
modified, yeah, we're not taking action on another motion. And so you have to treat those separately or do this motion differently. I think, yes, you confine yourself to the question at issue. It's why we have the single motion presented. And then on the second item, that could also be brought up under administrative council business. But as the city manager mentioned, there are, when you're talking about larger grant programs for unidentified purposes, there may be more to look at, and rather than to rush into a judgment.
Yeah, because I'd still like to second the motion, because like I said, it's for educational purposes, and then a letter was provided in the packet as well in our agenda. So I would like to keep it as stand where I second the motion.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing no requests for discussion, we'll do Councilmember Grimes.
Sorry, Mayor, just a finicky mouse tonight.
Okay. Mr. Gibson, can you do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Madera,
No.
Councilmember Alan Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Noble,
Yes.
Councilmember Guardiola,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Mayor, you said you're going to abstain from this vote,
Yes, sir.
correct? Thank
I'm
you very
abstaining.
much. All right, passes 6 with 1 abstention and 1 excused absence, unless I forgot one here. I'm sorry. Passes 6 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 abstention, and 1 excused absence.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Okay, next up, we have the letter of support for the US 85 120th Avenue interchange. Looking for a motion in a second to ratify the letter of support and affix my signature thereupon. Councilmember Grimes,
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to ratify the letter of support for the US 85 120th Avenue interchange and affix my signature thereon. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. Please give me a thumbs up in the window for a vote in favor. And that is going to pass unanimously with 1 absence. And then we have another item that comes from the Metro Mayor Caucus. It is a pledge to regional coordination on homelessness. I'm looking for a motion and a second to ratify the pledge and allow me to respond in the affirmative, otherwise known as affixing my signature thereon. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
And Councilmember Grimes.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to ratify the pledge and fix my signature thereon. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. Please give me a thumbs up in the window. And that is going to pass unanimously. And then I'm going to open it up. Councilmember Guardiola, did you want to make a motion?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Make a motion to donate $2,500 to the 13 Adams 14 schools and the 527J schools. In the letter that we just sponsored, it's just to donate to the long-term and short-term goals. And I think every school has long-term and short-term goals coming out of this pandemic. You know, a lot of the technology got worn and torn. So I think $2,500 to each school will definitely go a long ways for planning for the upcoming school year.
And have a motion. And whenever you mentioned the 527J schools, did you take into account or possibly deduct Reunion Elementary from those 5?
I did not. I just counted them. There was just 5. So Reunion Elementary's in there. I think we should deduct that.
Okay, so your motion is for 13 Adams 14 schools and for 27J
Yes, sir.
school. Okay, and Councilmember Grimes.
I'd like to second the motion. I'll keep it at that for now.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second for the city council to allocate. I'm going to request that you change that a little bit and request that you make it as a motion to have city staff draft a resolution or ordinance, whatever is appropriate for that purpose, and have that come back to us, given the fact that that will have to appropriate funds. And I think it needs to be done through resolution or ordinance. Mr. Sheasley, can you confirm?
Depending on the source of the funds, council can direct it by motion. I don't know the sorts of the funds in question and whether they would have to be moved between funds. So it all depends on the source of the fund under the charter.
So to make it easy, if we could just have that motion to direct staff to prepare a resolution or ordinance, whatever is required, and we can vote on that at the next meeting.
Sounds good.
Okay. Councilmember Grimes?
Fine with me.
Okay. Okay. So now the motion is to direct staff to prepare either an ordinance or a resolution that would allocate $2,500 to 13 Adams 14 schools, as well as 4 27J schools located within Commerce City, with Reunion Elementary School not being included. Does that also include Prairie View Middle School and Prairie View High School?
It does not, but I thought are they in Brighton or in Commerce City?
They are in Brighton, but they do serve Commerce City residents.
I would include them.
Okay, so now the number goes up to 6 for 27J schools, provided they are serving Commerce City residents. There may need to be a stipulation in there as far as what percentage, because given the fact that you can open enroll in the state of Colorado, there may be a school over Riverdale Ridge or something that's also serving, but then we're just going to open up a can of worms. So let's keep it. Okay. Any discussion on that item? Councilmember Grimes?
Thank you, Mayor. I would just ask when staff drafts this that we make this a one-time allocation and reevaluate annually if we choose to do something like this in the future.
That is a great addition. Okay, thank you. I have approval from the motion maker to include that into the ordinance or resolution that is being there. Seeing no other requests for discussion, we will do a voice vote. Please give me a thumbs up in the chat window if you approve of this. And that is going to pass unanimously. Okay. We have one item to go back to. Are you ready to go back to that, Councilmember Noble, or do you need more time? You're on mute.
Not undoing. There we go. Okay, I am ready. Yes. All right. So last June, now keep in mind, I turned this in by Tuesday and I did have another council member agree to it. So I turned it in a week ago Tuesday for Monday night. We are not necessarily solving our problem if it's being treated as if it's coming up tonight for the first time. And if we don't get particular support from staff, perhaps that's something we need to revisit, is how do we do this otherwise? So please bear with me while I tell you what I have here. Last June, during the Water Quality Control Commission's hearing, there was a proposal put forth by the WQCC division staff, supported by data from Colorado Parks and Wildlife, to upgrade the section of the South Platte River flowing through Commerce City. If this had been approved, it would have added an important environmental review process known as the anti-degradation rule to review any human-caused pollutants that would lower existing water quality. Unfortunately, the proposal was denied by the Water Quality Control Commission for reasons unknown, although Commissioner Paul Frohart at the time said the review was not meant for urban streams, but rather pristine mountain streams. However, that is not accurate based upon the Clean Water Act. The Metro Water Reclamation District and Suncor have discharge permits for this very section of the river. And had the proposal been accepted, that proposal put forth by the staff, it could have resulted in tighter regulation for both of those entities. Keeping in mind, of course, that Suncor's water permit is currently up for renewal. The WQCC's lawyer suggested the decision was arbitrary and capricious. And I have an audio file that you could hear, but I won't be playing it for you right now, but I can tell you where it is. On June 14th, the Water Quality Control Commission has another hearing. Commissioner Frohart has now put forth a proposed rollback of the anti-degradation rule to justify last year's decision, but which would now also have statewide ramifications. So Conservation Colorado reached out and said that they and their partners are opposing this new proposal and are requesting that the commission revisit its decision not to apply the anti-degradation review of the South Platte in Commerce City from last June's hearing. It was specifically for Commerce City. That is why they came to me to say Commerce City. I was prepared to testify on my own behalf, but it seemed to me that this is something that we as a city should take a position on, and in fact, should have been aware of it last summer. That's another concern of mine, is that things like this slip through the cracks on the state level that affect Commerce City and affect our residents and affect our environment. And we didn't even know it was happening. So I'm putting this forward in order for staff to prepare a written statement that can be stated by whoever does the speaking, the mayor or whoever he chooses, for the hearing on June 24th.
Just want to clarify, you said June 24th. I thought it
I'm
was-
sorry, 14th. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay, so your motion is to have a letter drafted from the city in opposition of this proposed rule change, as well as to have somebody go down and testify before the Water Quality Commission on this.
Yes.
On behalf of the city council.
And the third thing is to revisit the vote of June of last year that removed the South Platte River and Commerce City from this. Okay, wait, let me say that again. I'm sorry. Oh, it would have added an important anti-degradation rule. It would have added the anti-degradation rule to the South Platte River. So we want that revisited from last June. And the commissioners denied the staff's suggestion.
Okay, so your motion again is to have staff draft a letter, have an elected person go down and testify on June 14th in favor of the rules being in place to protect the South Platte River as it flows through Commerce City.
Correct.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Alan Thomas.
And I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we will do a voice vote. So please give me a thumbs up in the chat window if you're in favor of this motion. 1, 2, 3. Looks like that is going to pass 7-1, with Councilmember Grimes being the opposition. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor. Over the last few weeks, I've been looking over the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission, and I feel strongly about their mission statement. And I feel that there should be at least one council member appointed to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission. And I would like for the mayor and council to consider that I be appointed to this commission. And I would like to move to direct staff to prepare a resolution for the June 21st agenda, increasing the membership of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission to include at least one council member appointed by the mayor and city council.
Okay, we have a motion to direct staff to prepare a resolution that would allow for a council member to serve on the Diversity and Inclusion Committee, and that would be appointed through our normal boards and commission approval process that we go through as council members, which means that it would have to be motioned and voted on at a city council meeting in order to choose which council member would serve in that position should the resolution pass. Good with that, Mr. Sheasley?
Yes, so I just want to make sure we wouldn't be going through the boards and commissions subcommittee. We just,
No, we
okay,
would be
got it. Cool.
What council goes through for the boards and
Yes, yes, your normal thing.
for
Got it.
sitting on boards and commissions. Councilmember Noble.
I second that.
I have a motion and a second now. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Wadiola.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought one of the reasons we didn't appoint one is because all of us could attend that commission when we brought it up. And that was one of the reasons that, I mean, any of us could attend any of them. So, I mean, are we going back or, because I think if that was the case when we opened it, I would love to be on that commission too. But I thought that was the discussion we had, that since it has to do with all of us, that we could all participate when we can.
Mr. Tinklenberg.
Thank you, sir. So this was the question I started to answer earlier when I misunderstood Council Member Noble's request. The reason council in recent years, I want to say probably 4, 5, 6 years ago, I don't know, I've been here 20 years and it all flows together after a while, but the reason council moved away from that is we found that commission members, board members would defer to council members. And so it ended up being council member driven, even though that wasn't the intent. So that would be the only caution I would offer you. And you're right, council member, that it was open to anyone to attend, but just not be a commission member. Thank you.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, Mr. Ticklenburg kind of took the words right out of my mouth. I think the point of this commission is to have an unbiased view and guidance come from this commission, coming directly from our residents. And I think it holds more weight, you know, not having a council person on there, because we can get honest feedback, and I think it'll help us make better decisions rather than, you know, having a council person on there that can direct or influence, you know, what the commission brings back to council. So I prefer not having a counselor on there. You know, if we do add a council person, I'd also be interested in serving in that capacity. So my preference would be to leave it as is.
Councilmember Noble.
The reason that I support it is because we have so many commissions where we have 2 council members on them. For example, Councilmember Alan Thomas and I both serve on the senior commission. I wasn't even aware for the first year that we were actually voting members, and that came as a surprise to me. And when I informed them that Jennifer and I were actually members, they applauded. So I don't think it's always a case that there is an issue having a council member participate. I think when people care deeply about a topic and have been involved in this topic itself and affected and impacted by this topic, I can't think of any other particular reason why you wouldn't have anyone on it. I'll be honest, when we voted on this resolution to form it, and I did this with Councilmember Frank, it was not my intention that there would be no council member on it. I didn't even read that in the resolution. Never crossed my mind that the resolution needed to expressly state that there would be 1 or 2 council members on it, whatever the number should be, and then we would go through that process. I simply assumed that would be the case and was quite surprised, in fact, when there wasn't anyone on it from the council. I think that, you know, we're all appointed to various and different boards and commissions. The only ones that we're not on are the Planning Commission and the Zoning Board Commission, and they operate in a far different quasi judicial fashion, which this commission will not operate in. So I fully support making this adjustment, because it was never my intention in the first place to exclude members from the council.
Appreciate your comments. I do want to correct, I do sit on the Zoning Board of Adjustment, so that one does actually get filled by a council member.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I remember having this discussion when we had the vote on this, and I agree with its original intention, but I do see the need for maybe a non-voting liaison to be the go-between. One of the things that I feel personally is we don't get the opportunity as a whole council to connect with our commissions frequently enough, and that's kind of why we asked for each commission to do an annual update. And I'm not sure that's even enough. I know we don't have more time to do that, but I see the need to kind of have the go-between, right? You know, if we're getting really good feedback from this group, I don't want to delay that and only hear that once a year. But on the flip side of that, I think conversations change, whether they should or they shouldn't. I think it's conversations change when any of us are part of those conversations. And so I just want to, you know, and also kind of with the documentation and kind of what this group creates, you know, if they have a mindset and they want to push forward, unless it's something absolutely disagreeable or you know, politically incorrect, I think we should let this group have the autonomy to create their own mission statements and really help us bring in an outside perspective into our advising us on policy decisions moving forward.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Yes, thank you. And I just wanted to add, you know, possibility of maybe having one appointed council person and then maybe an alternate, but I don't see what any difference is of any council person being on any of the other boards and commissions. And like, there's the Cultural Council, like I said, as Councilwoman Noble mentioned, there's council representation on all the boards. So I don't see, you know, why there shouldn't be a council person, because I've been approached by constituents asking why there isn't one also.
Any other comments or questions regarding this motion? Seeing none, I'm in favor of this. I think that if we have council members that wish to be involved in this, then I think more power to you. I think that, you know, the purpose of this was to help us to make sure that we're making decisions that take cultural diversity and inclusion into account in everything that we're doing. And, you know, so I would appreciate having, you know, somebody who attends those meetings and is able, whenever we get ready to vote on an item, to be able to say, hey, you know, by the way, when we were in this meeting and they were talking about this, is something they agree or don't agree. I think it's effective with the senior commission. I think it can be effective. It's effective with the Cultural Council. It's effective with other boards and commissions that we sit on, to be able to get that firsthand feedback of, hey, this is what we're talking about doing. So I'm fully in favor. You know, I mean, if all three of you want to be on it, I think, you know, that's going to prove to be a little bit troublesome given the rules that we do have. But I think selecting 1 or 2 members to represent the council there and to be able to get that direct feedback, and you know, whenever we do pass an ordinance or we do pass a resolution, be able to hear directly, not just, you know, before we pass it, but also after we pass it, what they feel about, you know, whether or not it's good for our cultural diversity and inclusion. So I'm all for this, and think that it would be a good idea to amend this board and this commission to allow for council members to serve on it. That being said, we will do a voice vote. Please give me a thumbs up in the chat window if you're in favor of this motion.
Mayor, can I confirm, if I'm going to be drafting a resolution, are we adding 1 or 2 members? Is the motion for 1 or 2?
Councilmember Alan Thomas, how many members are you trying to add to it?
Well, I definitely, I mean, if anyone else wants to, that's fine, but I think, even one or two, whoever wants to, but, possibly an alternate, but I definitely would like to serve on it.
So your motion is for 2 and an alternate?
Yes.
Okay, so, and Councilmember Noble, you seconded. Are you good with 2 members and an alternate?
I am good with that.
Thank you, Mr. Sheasley. You're good with that now?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And now once again, oh, hold on, Councilmember Hurst.
Voting members or non-voting?
I'd like voting.
Okay.
I mean,
What's that? Go ahead, Councilmember Hurst.
I mean, that completely changes this commission and the way I would have voted for it back then. So that's all I'll say about that.
I don't know what votes would come out of this commission that would be life-changing. I think any votes that they did have would probably be procedural in how it is that they're conducting their meetings. But I don't believe that they have any power whatsoever to change any process or procedure just to give recommendation. So, okay. That being said, if you're in favor of this resolution of the city attorney drafting this resolution,
Advisory committee.
please give me a thumbs up in the chat window. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going to pass with 7 to 1 and 1 absent. Councilmember Madera being the nay vote. Okay, any other administrative council business? Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, so I apologize this didn't get in early, but it is time sensitive. I received this phone call on Friday afternoon and took the phone call on my way home from work. It's about fences. It goes back to our discussion, or not our discussion, but our legislation around vicious animals and kind of our land development code and the 5-foot fence rule. A gentleman whose HOA has currently changed their policies around fence heights, where you only could have, the 4-foot corner fences and then a 5-foot privacy fence. The HOA changed their policy to allow 6-foot. Several people have done that, whether they were permitted or not. I have no proof because I did not dive into all of that. But he was rejected by the city for his permit to build a 6-foot replacement of his 5-foot fence. Crazy part is very few fence installers sell you a 5-foot fence. They don't sell that product on the market regularly any longer. And so you'd be forced to buy a 6-foot fence, and then your installer would have to cut every single fence plank down a foot to install that. So that seems a little ridiculous. On top of, larger athletic dogs have no problem jumping 5-foot fences, or especially the 4-foot fences. Not only would I like to see action for us to create new legislation that allows for variable between 4 and 6 foot, as long as the HOA/Metro District approve that as well. I would like to find a way where we can start that process and allow for that a fluctuation to start occurring immediately. With the current lumber market and fence installation market, you can maybe get 45 to 90 days of price guarantee when you're signing a contract for fence installation. But just as the last administration did, this new administration is looking at doubling the tariffs on Canadian softwoods, which will then extremely exacerbate the prices in this market. And so there's several people who have had, have the beginning of fence issues in our city who want to jump on this opportunity immediately. And the 6-foot fence option is what they're being forced to purchase. And they're pretty upset that they can't install that full product. They're going to have, 2,000 1-foot boards sitting in their backyard when they're done. And so to me, I think I understand the original intent of this law, the 5-foot, but but with the density increasing in our area, especially in our city, I feel like people are going to seek a bit more privacy at times. And so would like to hear everybody's reaction to that complaint and see if we can't move forward on trying to resolve that.
So given the fact that this is a huge issue, may I suggest that you make a motion requesting a study session on fence heights and what policies govern what fence needs to be installed where? I've heard over and over that the city requires split rail fencing on certain areas. I've heard it's not a city requirement. I've heard it's a Metro District requirement, an HOA requirement. So let's just have a study session where they can lay out the rules and everything, and then we can determine whether or not we want to make changes to the rules that are there.
I hear you. I mean, that's months away. That's gonna, really, this administration is supposed to dump this double the tariffs here in the next couple of weeks, and I think that's what everybody's jumping on this for. Because I heard very little issues, and all of a sudden I'm hearing multiple issues from people I haven't talked to in quite some time.
Okay, given that, are you making a motion for us to take action?
Yeah, I think I was looking for a response, but would like to make a motion to ask the city to I guess the best way to do this would be the study session, but it's not gonna matter, honestly, if we go that route. It's going to be so cost prohibitive in 6 months potentially that it won't make a lot more sense by then. A lot of sense by then.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Hurst, you clarify, did you say the HOA is allowing the 6-foot fence, but the city denied the permit?
Yeah, I don't have any proof that the HOA made rules except for what 3 people have told me now. So I haven't seen that written rule, but I did confirm with the city today that due to code that they had to deny the permit request. Not necessarily that anybody wanted to, but that's what the law says. And so this goes beyond this one gentleman's call that I talked to Friday night. The new apartment complex in the neighborhood that I live in has split rail fences on the whole north side of the neighborhood, and then you have a 3-story building being built 200 feet away, less than 200 feet away. Those folks are also asking for the ability to remove their split rail and replace it with a privacy fence. And 5 feet isn't going to cover, or 6 feet's not going to cover the 3-foot or the 3-story tall building, but they're just looking for some type of privacy that they could also put in, tree lines and things like that to help have some privacy in their backyard.
Councilmember Hurst, would you be open to getting clarification for us this week on what the HOA is actually allowing? And then if it's such that it's consistent with what the residents are telling you, we could take it up potentially in a special meeting next week?
Well, I can tell you right now that what was told to me is that there's a 4 to 6 foot variance depending on where you live in their neighborhood, and the Metro District that I'm involved in is taking up this exact same discussion next meeting with the asterisk of you can only do what the city allows.
Mr. Tinklenberg.
Yeah, I was going to say, Deputy City Manager Rogers can walk us through the different requirements, if you don't mind taking the time right now. Okay, go for it.
Thank you, Roger. Councilmember Hurst, thank you for bringing the matter to the full council tonight. Just kind of share it with you. We have obviously a number of different standards that we apply through the Land Development Code, particularly those that are obviously side and rear yard, which are most focused, those that are internal lots, and then those that are corner lots. So allow me kind of just walk you through very quickly, high level. For a corner lot, obviously, which is going to be adjacent to either open space or right of way, we allow what is in residential a 5-foot tall screen style fence. So think of that being your cedar plank style fence that's allowed, or 6 feet if open style. So once again, that's allowing for visibility to permeate, to protrude through that fence, given that when you're thinking about the location of a corner lot, being at the intersection of a roadway, you want to be able to have that site visibility, being able to ensure that you're not creating a pedestrian or a vehicular conflict. So once again, 5 feet screen, cedar plank, or 6 feet if you have open slats that allow for visibility to protrude through that sign. Once again, if you're looking at it for just your interior lot, you're looking at 6 feet in your rear yard and 6 feet on your side yards. And then we have a varying degree of requirements as it relates to being adjacent and backing to open space tracks and right away for the requirement of an open slat fence, as you see in most of our developments in the northern range.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers, for that clarification. Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, so I was just gonna ask staff, so thank you for the clarification on that. I think that's helpful. I think a study session would probably be most useful for this, just so we can kind of go over our requirements and maybe compare it to some other local municipalities. And if we do need to tweak our rules after that, then I think that would be better to get all the information first. And because I do think it's different from neighborhood to neighborhood. You know, different HOAs and metro districts have different requirements, and you know, those are a lot different than what they are, you know, in my neighborhood, even because in my neighborhood we do have 6-foot fences. So I think I need a little bit more information, and a study session would be helpful.
Councilmember Noble.
I wouldn't be able to do anything about this tonight, that's for sure. And a study session does seem in order. I did bring this up and have talked about it with residents, given our change in the animal control rules, because those of us who live in Reunion have 4-foot fences, and many of them are open slat. Now, I have talked with someone at the city who said, in fact, that the Reunion fences are codified, and were codified because it was a look that the agreement was going for, that reflected the agricultural nature of the North Range, that was its history. So there would seem to me to be no reason then that any Reunion resident should ever be turned down for a permit if they wanted to build a 6-foot fence. And yet I know they are. And it certainly is, you know, it's most definitely part of the look of the community. No question about that. So where are you talking about, Mr. Rogers, where it's 6-foot fences with open slat on corners? Are you saying anywhere in, I mean, what are, yeah, that's what we need. We need a study session to actually understand this, because people come to me all the time about this issue. And I know that people who are across the street from the new school that Oakwood is building suddenly have this school looming over them with their 4-foot open fences. So there's been a lot of discussion over there as well about what can be done for their privacy.
Thank you, ma'am. If I may just take a quick moment to that. Reunion is somewhat unique. So in our land development code, which is citywide, we have it in our Article 7 of that document, which speaks to fence and wall requirements, particularly by land use. In Reunion, when I believe staff was trying to communicate codification, that codification not necessarily is in the sense of an ordinance or or a policy, but as part of an approval tied to a planned unit development permit. So once again, it's what approves each filing and the type of landscaping and fence requirements that are associated with that. Once again, any permit can be revised, can be amended to allow for different and variable height of fences that still fall within the codification of the land development code. The difference with Reunion is that the Metro District and or HOA, and in a sense of Reunion, it has covenants, conditions and restrictions that limit any ability to go above what's been that desired or that above that approved height. I agree with you. We've received the complaints ourselves from members of the community wanting to move something forward, but given the limitations of the Metro District and given the limitations of the PUD, and wanting to have and ensuring that we have a consistent fence line along that, we've given them guidance and direction. However, once again, it takes a process in being able to get that actually submitted to us as the city and being able to respond.
Okay, that's,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
And I was just going to clarify a point. You're allowed to go up to 6 feet open slat fence along adjacent to a right of way. But in our code, if you are adjacent to a public or private open space, you are not allowed to go above 48 inches in height. And that gets back to that open rail fencing that you find along our trails and our open spaces in which we have private property that will abut it or be adjacent to.
Okay, that's good to know. And I just wanted to do this. This is what is happening on fences in the Reunion area, which is the Metro District says it's a city and the city says it's in the CCNRs. So a study session and something very definitive will be extremely helpful so people know how to move forward and who they really need to be talking to.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Tinklenberg, what is our study session schedule for the 28th of June?
28th is looking fairly decent at this point. We have a Urban Renewal Authority meeting first, but then we only presently have 2 items on the study session that follows the URA meeting. And those are the 2 combined are scheduled for 45 minutes. So, you know, we could add a session then. I don't think, well, Mr. Rogers, would it take much for you to put together a presentation?
And while Jason's putting that together, I just want to note, Roger, I moved off an item that was on Monday night to the 28th, and I was just trying to schedule the Metro District study session for June 28th. I'm happy to put off that one or adjust the session as we need to, but we can work with that.
Is there a possibility that if this item has been moved off the 14th to the 28th, that you could have a presentation ready by the 14th?
Jason?
Or fences?
Yes.
I would say that would be somewhat. So let me ask you this, Mayor. If this goes to the full council, what in particular of the information that are you looking for in the study session to ensure we're hitting your expectation?
I think we'd all like to have an understanding of what the code says, examples, things like that, what possibilities we have for changes, looking at changing landscape here in the city, especially with new development coming and development changing. I think Councilmember Hurst brings up a good point. Residents that were fine with a split rail fence that was low, that looked out over open space, are now going to be looking at a 3-story apartment building. So what changes can be done there to help those residents? Residents who are going to be looking through a split rail fence at a high school, that maybe particularly don't want to be looking at students all day. What changes can be made there? So I think at least start with an understanding of what the current policies are, what the codes are, what if there's different pockets within the city that have different rules that are, because of development agreements or whatever it is, what are those pockets and agreements, so that we can have an understanding of potentially what changes we may want to try to impact in order to make this a more hospitable place for people to raise their family.
And I appreciate that, Mayor. And I think just to be, as always, frank, You know, if we want to be able to do this right and be, I think, comprehensive and holistic in giving you information to be able to make an informed decision, then the 28th would be the best situation, because obviously fencing, as though it is in some eyes may be straightforward, it is very sensitive, and it is complex with how we have it structured in our city, with a number of varying requirements, from standards, guidelines, styles, fencing type, what's prohibited, what's not allowed, and trying to ensure and be able to present what various pockets of our community are doing. We're going to want to put some time into that for you all.
Okay. So I can appreciate that. Councilmember Noble, you made the motion for the study session for the Metro District. Yeah, I don't think that is probably as time sensitive as maybe this fence issue is. Are you okay if that moves into August, or excuse me, into July, so that we can get this fence issue moved up forward?
I actually had it in August when I submitted my form. I didn't ask for July, I asked for August.
Okay, so that being the case,
That would be fine.
Thank you. Does that give us time for the 28th then, Mr. Tinklenberg, if Mr. Sheasley, if the Metro District discussion isn't going to take place until July or August?
Yes, August are the budget meetings. So if we're going to do one, either it should be July or September, one of the
Yeah,
two.
we'll
of them.
schedule for July 26, Roger, for that. We'll note
Okay.
that, and just for that limited purpose of reviewing our service plan in Fort Collins and some other issues, as we are, I understand staff is doing the outreach on service plans.
Okay. Are you
That
good with
will
that,
work.
Councilmember Noble? Councilmember Noble, are you okay with July 26th?
Yes, if it doesn't get in the way of the fence issue.
Okay, so Councilmember Hurst, back to you brought this topic up. Are you going to make a motion for a study session for June 28th to get everything up to speed?
Yeah, guys, I appreciate the effort to make the accommodation. I'd like to make a motion to have a study session on fence heights around the city and kind of the status there for the date selected. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Noble.
Second that.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second to direct staff to prepare a study session for June 28th to discuss fence heights and codes and policies and other governing rules in the Land Development Code regarding the various fence heights throughout Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble? Seeing no request for discussion, please give me a thumbs up in your chat window if you approve of this. And that is going to pass unanimously. Great, thank you. Look forward to that presentation on the 28th, and hopefully people will tune in and have a better understanding as well. There is one additional thing that I think we need to discuss before we move on to reports. We voted in favor of sending somebody down to testify at the Water Quality Commission. We need to decide who it is that is going to go down and make that testimony. Councilmember Hurst.
Who's available? Who wants to do it?
Thank you.
You know, I learned about this tonight. I'm not the right person to do this. I just wouldn't have enough context or education to do something like this. But I'm sure Councilwoman Noble or even the mayor may be more better prepared to have that discussion. As long as we talk about what kind of was in the agreed upon letter, I don't see an issue.
Councilmember Noble.
Mr. Mayor, I would be perfectly fine to have you do it if you're available. And if you're not, I would be happy to do it.
Okay, I brought this up because I actually have 2 appointments on that day. So again, depending on when it is, I'm probably not going to be free to do that. That would defer back to you if you're willing to do that and nobody has objections of you being the one that goes down and testifies on behalf of the city council. Councilmember Grimes.
I have no issue with Councilmember Noble doing the testimony. I would just like it if we could have the comments available and have council approve them ahead of testimony, as we've done in the past for other situations like this.
Okay. I don't believe we need to vote on this since we had already, Mr. Sheasley.
I just want to, well, it doesn't matter. There's no motion pending. comments won't be prepared other than for circulation in general, but there won't be any meetings between now and then. So
Correct.
you're okay.
So we've already voted in favor of sending somebody down there, and nobody has objections to Councilmember Noble. I don't believe we need to vote on the fact that she'll be the one to go down there. Councilmember Grimes?
I just wanted to comment on Mr. Sheasley's comment. In the past, we've received letters and such via a survey and asked council to vote yes or no and then ratify the vote at the following meeting. If we could do something like that ahead of the Water Quality Commission, that would be great.
You have authorization to do an emergency meeting essentially that way. In this case, you wouldn't be able to ratify it until well after. So the outcome would be of questionable use. The testimony would be given on June 14th, and your next meeting and opportunity to ratify it would be after that date. And so I believe that the council's talking points were essentially gone over by Councilmember Noble in her update tonight from the points Conservation Colorado raised. And so I expect any commentary will hew pretty closely to that.
Councilmember Grimes?
I take a little bit of issue with taking our direction from Conservation Colorado for public testimony on behalf of the city. We're essentially being a sounding, we're a sounding board now for an activist group, and I don't think that would be looked well upon in other situations. And so I would ask that the city compile the comments and that we don't use Conservation Colorado's comments specifically.
How about we try this? I'll make a motion that staff assist Councilmember Noble in preparing comments by Thursday afternoon, and that said comments be distributed to the city council that evening so that they can approve through email, and that email approval will be ratified at the June 21st council meeting during administrative council business. Am I good with that, Mr. Sheasley?
That is a motion that is pending.
The hearing is on June 14th. What is June 21st?
That's your next regular meeting. And as I meant, the ratification won't have much utility at that point.
No, and with all due respect, Councilmember Grimes, you were the minority vote. It was 7-1. I don't see why we can't move forward in the same process that we had before. I'm more than happy to work with staff. I was more than happy to have Mayor Huseman do this. It can be distributed to the council. That's perfectly fine. But I don't think that there's any issue. And for someone who has voted against it, it's like, the minority ruling what should occur now. And I do think that all of us have the best interest of this city in mind, and in particular, the area that was discussed and that will be heard at the Water Quality Control Commission.
I'd like to hear from other council members because I saw a lot of nodding heads when I was commenting about approving comments. And I think we're walking a fine line taking direction from activist groups. And I think it would be sharply criticized if I did the same.
So there is a motion on the table. I'm looking for a second. Councilmember Wadiola.
Sorry, what was the motion? I was just gonna do discussion on, like, we've done it in the past where you've sent our letters out and we respond.
Right. The motion was that by Thursday afternoon, staff to direct staff to prepare comments with the assistance of Councilmember Noble by Thursday afternoon for distribution to the city council for review Thursday evening so that we can vote through email and have that vote through email be ratified at the June 21st meeting. The go or no go for the June 14th meeting would basically take place through email on Friday, the 11th of June, and that would be the approval of whether or not those comments are approved, and then we'll ratify at the June 21st meeting. Council.
I am expressing a strong reservation of doing that in a legal fashion and the
All right.
utility of it. However, I understand you can do this. And I know we have done similar things in the past for less contentious items where they've come up in a different way. Council has already authorized a representative to go and speak in a certain way. So I just want to remind council of that.
All right, I will withdraw my motion. And so the way it is, council has spoken on what is given approval of talking points, key talking points, and Councilmember Noble can draft those. Out of courtesy, Councilmember Noble, if you wouldn't mind preparing your talking points and distributing to the council so that we can at least review them. And if anybody does have any feedback, then please be receptive to feedback that is being provided on what is there. Am I safe with that one, Mr. Sheasley?
Yes, I think that's the appropriate way to do it. It is public comment. If anyone wants to speak as a citizen in their individual capacity, the commission has open comment, and that's the same way comment will be given on behalf of the city.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers, you had something to chime in on?
Thank you, Mayor. As a commissioner, I think this is well within my right to be able to share with you all without causing a conflict. I would share with you generally that it is anticipated that this hearing will be a 2-day hearing starting on the 14th and concluding on the 15th. So just wanted to share that information with you.
Thank you. Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Yes, I just wanted to add to that, I don't understand what the problem was with Conservation Colorado, because they're speaking up, protecting the environment and the residents. So I don't understand, if Susan, I think she's pretty competent to speak on the behalf of the city as a whole. And, I just didn't understand what the whole problem is with Councilmember Grimes, what the Conservation Colorado issue was. But just wanted to add that.
Councilmember Hurst.
The problem is that if COGA was representing all of the members of Commerce, all the residents of Commerce City that work in the oil and gas business, and they wanted us to represent their voice, that would be the issue. That's the comparison here. I think we all voted with an intent, and I believe that Councilwoman Noble can create her own comments that would represent our intent, and we can be fine with that. I just think clarifying what Councilwoman Grimes, my understanding of what Councilwoman Grimes said was, we need to have our own voice with the same intent, not a copy and paste. And I don't think that's was the intention, but getting that out there as kind of the voice of the whole council needs to be, our voice, and not a redistributed letter that we got from Conservation Colorado.
Thank you. Seeing no other requests for administrative council business, we will move on to council reports. Mr. Tinklenberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Just try to give you these items real quick. Continued discussions with CA Ventures regarding the redevelopment of the land at 48th and Forest. They have submitted a timeline for us, to us, I should say, for meeting the August deadline to form their metro district. So we'll be working along that time frame to bring this back to council. That's the only item that has an immediate deadline or a fixed deadline that we're working to try to achieve. We've also had a developer interested in forming a regional transit or transportation authority. Wow. That RTA is being proposed to advance funding for an interchange on E470 at 112th Avenue. That currently is not on the immediate time frame for E470 authority. And so this would advance that by a number of years. So as we get more information, we'll share that with you, as well as share information about, basic information about RTA and how it's formed and what it does and that type of thing. Hammer Property, staff is preparing a checklist that will lead to annexation. So again, so we keep that on track. I do have an item that I want you to consider. No action needed tonight, but Rocky Mountain Partnership, it replaced the, oh shoot, now I can't remember the name. It's for youth and education. I have been attending their meetings, but they also basically vote on policy proposals that go before the state legislature. And quite honestly, I think that'd be a more appropriate role for one of you elected officials rather than me. So because they do weigh in on policy issues, and that's your area, not mine. And so I'll be bringing a proposal to you that a council member, one of the elected officials, replace me on that board. Again, just a reminder that the city clerk has put an election page up on the city website that deals with the election calendar, candidate information, and that type of thing. Community development, residential permits. We have processed 950 home permits through the end of May, and all of 2020 was 958. So we're 8 less than entire 2020 at this point. Active land use cases, 189. So again, we're bouncing around right at that 190 mark. So terribly busy. Building inspections, 2,871. So again, rocking and rolling. And then Parks Recreation Golf, wanted to let you know that we found a leak in the Lazy River at Paradise Island. And so the Lazy River had to be shut down today for diagnostic work. And we're not sure yet what the outcome of that diagnostic work is, and therefore how long it will need to be shut down. Lifeguards, we still have 20 vacant positions for VHEs, variable hour employees. And so again, that's also restricting what we can do with Paradise Island. Fireworks are planned for 4th of July. So again, that is still moving forward. And then Public Works, I had reported that the 112th Avenue Bridge over the Fulton Ditch was being delayed by nesting migratory birds. We anticipate that they'll be done and checked out by the end of the month, and therefore the project can start moving forward at that point in July. And then Senator Hickenlooper had sent out a note to constituents regarding earmark requests. And so the Public Works staff is working on submitting 88th Avenue widening for additional funding for that project. And then Adams County is submitting 120th and US 85 as the county project to Senator Hickenlooper's office. That's it for me. Thank you very much.
Before I ask if anybody has any questions, I think that used to be the Adams County Early Childhood Organization that adopted Broomfield and therefore became the Rocky Mountain Partnership. Does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Tinklenberg regarding his report? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time this evening. We'll move on to Mr. Sheasley.
Nothing to add, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And do any council members have a report they wish to give? Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. Yep, just wanted to report back to council that I had the pleasure of attending the Almost Home fundraiser last Friday evening at Todd Creek in support of the organization Almost Home. And lovely event, and I would encourage anyone who's on council next year to join us. It was a good time and a good cause. I would also like to report that Commerce City Rotary Club is now selling Palisade peaches, and anybody who wants some, let me know.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Noble.
Thank you. I too attended the Almost Home event, and I would like to thank Councilmember Grimes for her company and for giving me a ride home. It was a very lovely event. I also met with the DIA government representative via Zoom, and I was going to talk with her about a complaint, and she assumed that my complaint was about noise, which it wasn't. And she specifically said reunion. And so I had her explain to me why she would think I would even be bringing that up. And apparently, over the course of about 6 or 7 years, there has been a process called Next Gen. Reunion, that has been completed now, and it determined flight paths. Reunion is now in the flight pattern. Currently, the airport is operating at no more than 50%. And so she wanted me to be aware that we will soon be at 100%, and the flights will be coming over us. I don't know if Commerce City participated in this process. That's what you do. It's one of these government things that municipalities participate in. And I did hear about it because I am on the noise committee for the city council, the National Noise Committee. So I was aware of Next Gen. I didn't realize totally what the impact was. And clearly this could become a problem as soon as flights pick up again. And then we had an Economic Development Committee meeting this evening, and we left the meeting without determining our next meeting. And I would just like to state consensusly that we do it again on the first Monday of the month at 5 o'clock, because we didn't finish what we were doing. Would that be possible to do it that way, Mr. Mayor? I didn't bring it up during administrative council business, but we didn't determine the next meeting.
Provided that the staff doesn't have an issue with that timing and it doesn't coincide with any other meetings that would already be scheduled, such as boards and commission or legislative subcommittee or anything else out there. I don't see an issue with that, but let's defer to the staff to get that scheduled with the direction that we would prefer to not languish on too long.
It's the 4th of July, I think.
Yeah, we don't, and that is true. We don't have a meeting on the 5th of July. So the next opportunity would probably be the 12th of July on that. So, but going forward, if the first Monday of the month worked, then that worked for everybody else.
Okay, I just didn't want us to miss it. So thank you very much.
And I'd prefer not to miss one in July. So if we can just bump that back to the 12th before the study session, that would be great. Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, last Thursday I met with, sorry, let me get this right, Foster Graham, Milstein, and Kalisher law group, that they really were just trying to not understand, but talk about what we talked about in study session of having access to review plans. Just some of their clients have said, just talked about how long it's taken and how deals have changed over that time. They were excited to hear that we're considering other opportunities. But I think I was able to add enough context to make that a good conversation. They had a lot of positive to say about kind of the growth of the city and how it's being managed, and really was a pretty easy and positive meeting, but they were seeking more understanding from what city staff and council's trying to do to expedite, but not cut any corners. And that's where I saw Councilwoman Noble at the Reunion Coffee House last Thursday morning.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Yes, and I just wanted to tell all the staff a thank you who put together the memorial for the Veterans Memorial Day event on Memorial Day. It was really nice, and just wanted to give a big shout out to them because it was a really nice event. So wanted to say thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I stopped short of saying what the peach sales were for. They are for scholarship opportunities for Commerce City students. Thanks.
Councilmember Noble.
I have one more report. Dylan Gibson and I met with senators, former state representative Jonathan Singer and another gentleman whose name is spacing my mind right now, but it was to discuss yet another kind of voting, and perhaps we will discuss that in the future.
Thank you. Any other reports? Seeing none, I have a limited one. Just want to also thank staff for all the work that went into the Memorial Day celebration, not celebration, but ceremony, excuse me. I think it went very well, and appreciate all the residents that tuned in and came out to be with us on Monday morning. It was a great event, and I really appreciated all the work that went into it. I don't have anything other than a report. I do have an announcement. I have an emergency that is going to require me to travel to Salt Lake City tomorrow. The mayor pro tem is not back yet, so Councilmember Wadiola, you'll be the mayor designated tomorrow while I am gone. I also leave on Wednesday for the rest of the week to go up to Wisconsin, and the mayor pro tem will be back for that. She'll be designated mayor on that time. That is all we have for reports. That is all that we have for this city council meeting. We do have an NIGID meeting that is going to take place. So we will adjourn the council meeting and call the NIGID meeting to order and ask the secretary to call the roll.
Chair Huseman,
Present.
Vice Chair Frank, Board Member Madera,
Present.
Board Member Alan Thomas,
Present.
Board Member Noble,
Present.
Board Member Wardiola,
Present.
Board Member Hurst,
Present.
Board Member Grimes,
Present.
Board Member Smith,
Present.
Chair Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to excuse the vice chair. Board Member Alan Thomas,
So moved.
Board Member Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to excuse those members not present. All those, is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, please give me a thumbs up in your chat window. And that is going to pass unanimously, 8-0. We have one item on our agenda, which is ordinances on second reading. This is ordinance NIGID 178-21 for inclusion of lands to the Northern Infrastructure General Improvement District. Does anyone on the board have any questions for staff? Seeing no questions for staff, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve on second and final reading ordinance NIGID 178-21. Board Member Madera.
So moved.
Board Member Grimes.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve on second and final reading ordinance NIGID 178-21. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, I just want to reiterate one more time. This vote does not approve any development. This vote simply includes land within the NIGID. So any development that does occur on that land will pay taxes into the NIGID. And we do not need the title to be read, so we'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Secretary?
Board Member Madera,
Yes.
Board Member Alan Thomas,
Yes.
Board Member Noble,
Yes.
Board Member Wardiola,
Yes.
Board Member Hurst,
Yes.
Board Member Grimes,
Yes.
Board Member Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank, or Vice Chair Frank, Chair Huseman,
Yes.
passes unanimously with one excused absence.
Thank you. That concludes all the business we have for the NIGID. Have a good night. Have a good week. See you next week.